Hello, everyone. This is me starting stream, guys. Hello, everyone. Oh, I was doing the repeat thing. My bad. I didn't notice that. I was in a bit of a rush. I got home. Hello, everyone. Hello, Pap. Thanks for redeeming first. Hello, Magic Flash, if you're still there. I'm glad you enjoyed the pre-stream. Yeah, that was just me doing something, you know, to make sure that I go live on time, I guess. But I just got back from band practice and I had to make myself some food, some dinner. Hi, Time. How are you, Time? Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Time says, hey, Pap. 18 minutes. Yeah, that probably is a bit long. My bad. I thought it'd be better to set everything up. I didn't want to have to set everything up after I cooked my food. So I set everything up before I cooked my food. I'm sorry. Sorry it was a bit long. I don't really know what to do instead, though. Maybe I should have left band practice earlier. But the time flies. But I'm here. I'm present. You have me. Pap, do you have a YouTube video? Because I'm going to eat this steak, so we're going to have to watch a video. I don't know if you have a video, Pap. Otherwise, yeah, just have a look at my recommended, I guess. My recommended, my subs. Oh, you do have a video. Pap's going to get a video, guys. So you know it's going to be good. And I'm going to take the first bite of my steak. Thank you, Lord, for this steak and this stream. Pray that you would bless it all. In Jesus' name, amen. That was a quick grace. I didn't want to bore you guys. You're sad now, Time? Why are you sad? You sad because I prayed? Oh, you never let me rec a video. Well, Time, you're welcome to recommend a video. It's just that Pap always gives us videos and they're always good. But you're also welcome to do that. It's too late now. Well, next time. And also, Time, there's a reaction video channel in the Discord. So you can go in the Discord and you can put a link in the reaction channel. I ask people all the time to submit videos to react to. It's usually earlier in the stream though. So maybe it's before you get here that I ask everyone. No, never again. I'm still gonna love you, but not as much. Well, look, man. You can take what happened however you want, but I often ask everyone to recommend a video. Gen Z is cooked. Here we go. Gen Z is cooked, guys. Cold Fusion.
I applied to over 100 jobs on LinkedIn, and that's just LinkedIn alone.
The job market right now is...
I'm Caitlin, I'm a university graduate, and I applied to 647 roles before I got one.
That's
Nobody
crazy.
Will even give me an interview.
Can I just say that this hasn't been my experience? I don't know if it's different in Australia. I'm also the very beginning of Gen Z, so maybe I eked in before the problem. But I've had quite a few jobs in quite a few different areas. I feel like I've been pretty lucky. I feel like I haven't had this problem. But it does seem like a lot of people are having this problem. And to be fair, almost all the jobs I've had have been casual jobs. So maybe, I don't know if that counts or not. Yeah, I don't know. I think my first job was full-time and everything else was casual. Time says, gotta go to bed now. Need to wake at a decent time tomorrow. Sister and I are going to a Dodger game. Well, Time, I hope you have a wonderful time at the Dodger game. I hope we are able to get you on the show over the weekend at some point. But if you got plans with your sister, if you got other things going on, that is completely understandable and all good. And I just hope that you and your sister have a wonderful time. And I presume you'll be hanging out with Flame as well. So I hope Flame also has a wonderful time. I hope everyone involved has a wonderful time. And the Dodgers kick butt. And here we go.
I basically am not able to get a job.
I really don't understand how people are finding full-time jobs. I really don't get it.
These are not
Full-time is
outliers.
hard. I think
This
it is
is the
hard to find
current
full-time.
reality of an entire cohort. 20 years ago, the grand path of life was a lot simpler. Go through school, graduate, go to university, get a degree, and waltz right into a job.
Well, Time, I hope you and your sister have a wonderful time.
A job in an industry
And I'll see you
where you'll
next
spend the rest of
time.
your life. Simple. But explain that to your average 22-year-old and they'd laugh.
Ain't gonna
It's
happen.
no secret that things have changed. But over the past year, things have changed even more. Job listings are dropping, while job applicants are rising. And the result? A full-blown unemployment and underemployment crisis for the youth of today. It's leaving
Love
many
you
young
too, Time.
graduates navel-gazing.
Class of 2025, we need to talk. If you're a recent grad struggling to find a job, it's not just you, it's the numbers. Jobs have gone down, and the number of qualified applicants continues to rise. The 3-month moving average of the unemployment rate for recent grads currently sits at roughly 5.3%, well above the national average of 4.2%. This is a historic anomaly. This is likely the first
Wow.
time the number has ever been this high for new grads, ever. What this shows
Wow.
us is that entry-level jobs are being taken by AI. Now, it's happening.
That's definitely
Sadly,
true.
this is a worldwide trend. In Australia, graduate job postings keep falling year after year. All the while, graduates pour out of universities like a factory. In the UK, uni graduates are facing the toughest job market since 2018. More than half of college
I'm so glad I never went to university, and I have no interest in ever going. And I like it that way, and I'm happy that way.
graduates are considered unemployable. China had a youth unemployment rate of 17%. But over in the US, recent grads are now more likely to be unemployed than the general workforce. All of this is
Wow.
absolutely devastating for those who have worked so hard to secure their future, only to feel like they've been lied to. So what's causing it, and how long will it last? To help with clarity and understanding, I've split this episode into 3 sections. Number 1, is AI really taking entry-level jobs? Number 2, how trade and tariff concerns have caused a hiring freeze. And number 3, the post-pandemic job market slowdown. If you're a student or recent grad, stay tuned. We'll talk about what can be done about this situation and what might still be worth studying to crack a job market this bleak. And lastly, I wanted to hear from you guys, so I ran a poll on my YouTube community page, and we'll dive into some of your comments and votes at the end of this episode. So, let's take a look at the employment crisis with young graduates.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
It wouldn't be a stretch to say that for many people out there, the scariest part of future AI is potential job loss. Since the Industrial Revolution, humans have always worried that technology would steal their jobs. And this traces back to the 19th century, when Luddites and textile workers would smash mechanized
Luddites.
looms and set mills ablaze. Every major tech or automation wave has come with a wave of anxiety over
Wait,
what
I think I've only ever heard Luddite used as an insult. What does it actually mean? Luddite. Luddite with 2 Ds. A person opposed to new technology or ways of working. Yeah, I think I've definitely heard it used as an insult that way. Like, my dad, he won't use a computer. He's a total Luddite.
those inventions might do to us. But somehow, it's always worked out in the end. For example, the invention of the horseless carriage killed a lot of jobs, but created thousands of new jobs in making, selling, and servicing automobiles. Today you hear economists, and of course tech giant CEOs, singing a similar tune when it comes to AI. But the difference here is that although AI may just be a tool, it's different to any other tool that's come before it. It's literally the first tool that humans have invented that achieves general cognitive labor, and people are now starting to realize what that means. This is Andrew Cole. He recently posted a semi-viral video about how 3 of his skill sets have been replaced by AI 3 separate times. I'll play a portion of that for you now. Listen closely to what he's saying, especially
Unlucky AF.
in the context of the rest of this episode.
AI has ruined my life. Now, I know that might sound dramatic, but let me tell you why. I've always loved creative endeavors and projects. And I worked for a YouTube channel as a writer. To this day, the script I wrote for a series, it really took off. It got 3 million views. We made a second video, and that became the second most viewed
I wish you'd
video
say what it
on
was.
the channel. He fired me.
Wow.
This guy then used AI based on the scripts I already wrote.
Oh, that's
to
not.
make
That should be
more
illegal.
low-quality videos, keeping the same
That should be
series
completely
going.
illegal.
He's gotten millions of views ever since. So then I thought, well, publishing books on Amazon, because it looks like I have a knack for writing. These gurus on YouTube got rich from searching keywords and generating a book using AI to write books.
Oh.
I just simply can't compete. I can't write that fast. I'm not here to complain, right?
You kind of are
It's
though.
just dawning on me that I can't compete with this AI, dude. And that's the problem that has basically been messing me up for 3 years. I've been trying to run for the last 3 years.
I feel like
from
3 years isn't even that long, bro. You gotta just do stuff. I don't know how old this guy is, but you just have to do stuff. I don't know.
the mass acquisition of skills, lowering the bars for skill sets to the point where your skill set suddenly becomes useless. And AI has been central to doing that to me. I wonder if anyone else feels like they can't escape their skill set being completely devalued by whatever new.
Also, I feel like it's bad to have like one skill set. Like this guy's just like, I'm just a writer. I'm married to writing. I wrote some YouTube videos, then I wrote some Amazon books, and now it's over for me. Like, just do other stuff, bro.
AI technology comes out next.
After listening to Andrew's story, you just can't help but feel for him. So some might say that Andrew's story is just what always happens when humanity progresses. Gen Z.
I can help it. I don't consider myself to be like a cold, heartless guy, but it definitely doesn't sound like the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone. I don't think it's the saddest story I've ever heard.
Is just going to have to adapt to AI. But the flip side is, what's happening to Andrew now might happen to a large proportion of us in 5 years, myself included. As an example, even though a Cold Fusion video could take a month to make totally by hand, when the video's posted, there's always a flood of comments saying that the video's AI generated and that I'm AI. And it just
that
makes
would
me
be
think
annoying.
and really shows me where we're at.
That
Anyway,
would be annoying.
this isn't to doom a video, and of course, we'll get to solutions and ways to navigate later in the episode, so don't worry. I'm just highlighting Andrew's story because it's the reality of our times. It's very much worth thinking about and discussing, however uncomfortable. So to answer the first question at the start of this episode, yes, AI is taking graduate jobs. Back in 2023, Goldman Sachs predicted that AI could wipe out 300 million jobs. 2 years later, we see some evidence of that. From low-skilled jobs to admin roles or creative jobs, white-collar jobs, and even degree-heavy jobs are all at risk now. AI can do some of that stuff, of course, and we all know right now it's with varying degrees of success. For example, a recent report found that 55% of companies regretted replacing their workers with AI. But it would be naive to think that AI's capabilities will remain the same forever. Anthropic's CEO, Dario Amodei, warns that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level
Dario Amodei, Dario Amodei. Dario Amodei, Dario Amodei, Dario Amodei. Yo, listen up. Here's a story about Amodei, who lives in a CEO position, and all day in Amodei, everything he sees is Dario, like him. Inside and outside Dario, his house with a Dario window and a Dario Corvette, and everything he sees is Dario, like him inside. Alright, that's enough.
Warns that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs in just the next 5 years. And there's signs of that too. One Oxford economics study found an, quote, unusually high unemployment rate among graduates in technical fields where AI has made faster gains. Industries like computer science and finance. Some tech companies aren't even bothering to hire junior developers anymore, just mid-level and up. Others are racing to build virtual workers that can replace junior employees. For example, when the day comes where AI can code reliably without human expertise for bug fixes, what do you think corporations are going to do when it comes to junior employees?
Get rid of them.
Everybody who sits on a stage like this would tell you it is vital that your children learn computer science. Everybody should learn how to program. And in fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program. Everybody in the world is now a programmer. This is the miracle. This is the miracle of artificial intelligence. For the very first time, we have closed the gap. The technology divide has been completely closed.
As it stands, AI makes plenty of mistakes and can't be trusted on face value.
That's very
And
true.
Human supervision is still necessary for many jobs, but that could change at any moment.
True.
Soon, one human supervisor plus AI could replace 10 workers in certain fields.
What's
But
everyone
we
going to
can
do?
also look at this more positively. This also means, given the skills and drive, future AI
Startups?
systems will also enable one person to start their own company when they couldn't before. And that can be good news for lost graduates. But back to AI supervision in a more corporate context. In Europe, human supervision for high-risk AI systems is written into law. But many other countries, like Australia and the US, don't yet have guardrails like that in place. So, what's next? University degrees in AI supervision. It sounds farcical, but anything is possible. The most obvious
Yeah,
solution at
that
an
should definitely
ideal
be a
level
degree.
is if you're heading into university or heading back to university, choose your lane carefully. Even though AI is at its beginning stages and still sucking its thumb,
I gotta say, when this AI stuff was starting, I remember people telling me, you know, you're lucky because you're into creative stuff and creative fields, and the creative fields are going to be safe from the AI. And I think I believed them, but they were wrong. And so I feel like it's weird to be like, oh yeah, just choose carefully, and the AI is not going to freaking take your job. I think people just need to be adaptable and just do stuff, you know? I don't know. Be adaptable, do stuff. And yeah, I just feel like that guy that was like, I was a YouTube writer and then I wrote Amazon books and AI took those two jobs. So now my life is over. I think he was cooked. Just do stuff and try different stuff.
it's going to improve. So seriously consider upskilling in AI. But that being said, let me offer another point of view. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Now, there's a small chance that we could be seeing a repeat of the dot-com bubble. In other words, there's a small chance that the current AI systems we have now could be reaching a limit that we're not aware of yet.
Pap says we need UBI and Andrew Yang. It might surprise you. I'm not, I don't think I'm against UBI. I think it's not a bad idea. I mean, in my experience, as someone I receive a payment for looking for work, and I also work. And the interesting thing I notice about that payment is if I actually work a decent amount and actually make some money, that payment goes way down, which actually is quite demoralizing and disincentivizes working hard, because I can spend my whole week working my butt off and then I end up with not that much money than I would have had if I did nothing. Whereas if we had UBI, I would be making money on top of that money and I would feel more incentivized to work and make more money. So I'm not entirely against that. And I did see Andrew Yang when he appeared on the H3 podcast in, maybe it was like 2021, maybe it was like 2020, because I mean, that would make more sense because there was a 2020 election. And he seemed cool. I feel like I've heard bad stuff about him since that I can't even remember what it was or if it was substantiated. But I got a good vibe from him when he was on the H3 podcast. Pap says it's the only real solution if no one can get a job. See, I don't like the idea of no one being able to get a job. I like to think that people can even create jobs for themselves. I don't know, but I think UBI is a great idea. I think UBI is a good idea. I'm curious, Pat, what you think about like the inflation concerns. So if everyone's receiving a decent amount of money, all the money's going to become less valuable. I'm curious what you think about that. Pat says, why would corporations hire people if AI can do the job of millions? Yeah, I think that makes sense. But I don't think everything's going to be replaced by AI. I believe that there will always be things that only people can do, especially when it comes to originality. I think AI is not very good at originality. It's very good at copying homework in general. AI is just the best at copying everyone's homework and not very good at being original. So we still need human beings to be original and creative. Pap says, inflation is a separate issue tied to the government being able to create money out of thin air. 99% of people don't care about originality. Yeah, I do think that that's true, but they do care when they do care. I mean, I think people very much cared about the iPhone when that came out. I feel like that was original in comparison to the other smartphone offerings that were available. And then I think the whole world changed as a result of the originality of the iPhone, for example. Pap says, just like how no one cares that your phone is made by a 12-year-old making $5 a day. Well, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that people don't care at all, but they don't care enough to not buy their phone that's manufactured that way. Yeah, inflation's a separate issue. I guess UBI doesn't mean that they have to be printing the money. UBI can just mean that they are taxing the billionaires more heavily. But I find it hard to imagine that it wouldn't cause inflation, just because if you do sort of hand everyone, I don't know what a reasonable UBI would be, but if you handed everyone, say, $1,000 a fortnight, people would be spending more, and thus the prices of things would be able to be raised because people would have more money. So I think markets would adjust and the prices of products and services would increase, given that everyone has access to this like $1,000 a fortnight. And generally people at the bottom of the economic ladder, which, you know, would be great for injections into the economy because people at the bottom of the economic ladder tend to just spend all the money they get. But I think it would cause inflation. Pap says the capital is still in the economy. It just needs to be reallocated from asset owners. I don't really know quite what you mean. Are you talking about the idea of taxing the billionaires more heavily to afford the UBI for the? I don't know. I don't know if I quite understand. And yeah, I wonder what your thoughts on. Does everyone get the UBI, or is there a cutoff point at some point, or what are your thoughts on that? If AI creates GDP, the output is still in the economy. I don't know. It's definitely a complex issue. It's definitely a complex issue, but I'm not super against UBI. I just don't know how you would do it perfectly, and I don't know how you would avoid it diminishing the value of the currency, given that the people with less money are gonna spend that UBI quite freely, and prices of things will be raised.
Basically, we're overestimating their future potential. As Google and Facebook came from the ashes of the dot-com crash, so will the next generation of AI systems. There might be a lull for a few years where people realize AI isn't as good as promised.
That has to happen at some point.
We'll see a second wave of AI progress in a few years. So some jobs may be safer than we think, at least for the time being. But however, if that's not the case, and AI keeps on improving as rapidly as it has been, some advice would be, if you can't beat them, join them. According to Corey Kantiger, head of economics at LinkedIn, quote, employers may have not figured out what they're going to do with AI, but they want to bring in people who are likely to be able to work with it in the future to set them up for success, end quote. There's no harm in having that feather in your cap. For those who have just graduated, things could take a little while to settle, but it's really not the end of the world. It's not unusual for people to change careers. Even for me, I have an engineering degree and was working in the oil and gas sector, but I've ended up here. So by all means, continue to look for a job. But also, don't be afraid to start a side hustle or a business if you have that passion. There's more tools out there to help you than ever before. Just wanted to say that before continuing. Interestingly,
I think he's right.
Some people have taken advantage of this new landscape. Take 21-year-old Roy Lee. He was expelled from Columbia University. Why?
For what?
He built an undetectable AI tool that could do exams and interviews for him.
Whoa,
his tool was popular
that's
and caught on within
based.
the university. After he got kicked out,
It's very
he founded a
based.
startup, raising millions of dollars in funding in just a few weeks.
His app works by taking screenshots of a problem in real time, then runs them through a large language model that generates a realistic path for humans to pretend like they're actually solving the problem. It runs as an undetectable overlay for screen sharing software, and also moves the window around the screen so your eyes don't focus on the cheating material. And these techniques bypass
that's
software used
crazy.
by the interviewers to detect cheating. It actually works, and he got offers from FAANG companies like Meta and Amazon. And it's poetic that the very companies who have publicly stated that their goal is to automate software development with AI still need to hire humans and are having their interview process totally ruined by AI. Amazon
Still
doesn't
need
like
humans.
poetry, though, and when they found out that Roy cheated, they snitched on him to Columbia and demanded that proper action be taken. Well, based on this confidential do not distribute letter that Roy posted on Twitter, he's been kicked out of Columbia, and Roy is on the right track to become a tech bro billionaire. His app is already on track to do over $2 million in revenue this year.
Whoa.
One solution to this problem
I think
for
Roy
young
is
professionals
based.
is to branch out on their own through entrepreneurship. In 2023, individuals aged 18 to 24 are starting businesses at higher rates than any other age group, making them the fastest growing cohort of entrepreneurs in the US. In fact, young entrepreneurship is at near record-breaking numbers.
Based indeed,
But
Pap.
it's no secret how overwhelming running a business can be. Even freelancing as a one-man show is a challenge. For many of us, it's the first time tariffs have been such a red-hot topic. Whether they actually hurt or help an economy overall is a story for another day. But in the context of the job market, one thing is certain: when companies get nervous, they stop hiring.
It's a tough time to look for work. And if you're a recent college graduate, it's even more daunting. In 2025, companies are less likely to hire, and employees are less likely to quit or retire, leaving less opportunity at the bottom
Makes
of
sense.
the career ladder. AI is threatening to replace entry-level work in fields like tech, and law school applications are ballooning beyond what the industry can sustain. President Donald Trump's cost-cutting efforts have wiped out jobs in government agencies, nonprofits, and public health. It all leaves young people, who spent their teen and university years preparing for the future, barreling toward a career cliff.
According to Brett Ryan, an economist at Deutsche Bank, the uncertainty around trade and
It's
tariffs
funny, I kind of don't mind. Someone like I didn't really attend school much, and I had no interest in doing university. I'm like, yeah, I don't really care if the uni people get screwed. I don't know.
have led to a low hiring but low firing environment. While companies aren't exactly panicking, they're not bringing in new talent either. In essence, it's an employment freeze. You'd think that it would make more sense to hire college grads since they're young, educated, and cheaper to hire. Well, not exactly. Harvard economist David Deming explains, young workers are seen as investment, like capital, and in uncertain times, investments are the first thing a business cuts back on. LinkedIn's chief economist, Karen Kimbrough, also observes that companies aren't looking to hire entry-level workers, as they, quote, often take time to learn the job. And the numbers back this up. While technically, according to some measures, unemployment in the US is low right now, around 4%. That statistic covers up a real crisis for young graduates. For college graduates, the unemployment rate has been 6.6%, the highest in a decade, excluding the pandemic. It's the first time that the college graduate unemployment rate is higher than the general unemployment rate, and that's saying something. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, in the US, hiring has slowed to its worst in a decade, and astonishingly, job cuts are up 47% year on year. Even MBA graduates from elite schools like Wharton and Stanford are struggling to land jobs. While Australia might face only a 10% tariff on exports to the US, our small open economy makes us sensitive to shifts in global activity, and this shows up in the job market.
I don't like Albo.
Unemployment has stayed near a record low of 4.1%. The economy actually lost 2,500 jobs instead of adding an expected 20,000, which, according to the Wall Street Journal, is proof of, quote, businesses growing concerned about the haphazard nature of US trade policies. While it's still too early to pinpoint exactly what's killing off graduate jobs, so far these two reasons make a lot of sense. Entry-level graduate tasks are the ones that generative AI is likely to do best, at least in a limited capacity first. Think basic analysis, emails, and research. So graduates are getting hit twice. The jobs that AI can do, it will, and the jobs that it can't are being paused by economic uncertainty. All of this isn't to mention ghost job postings, where companies post fake or already filled job positions as open positions. This is usually to give the appearance of boosted company performance, to get data on candidates, or other reasons. According to Quartz, more than 60% of companies surveyed say that they post fake jobs, quote, to make employees believe that their workload would be alleviated by new workers.
Oh,
and 62%
that's
of
messed
companies
up.
do it to, quote, have employees feel replaceable. Crazy.
Oh, gee, that's evil.
Frustrated by applying to these kinds of jobs that seem to have no intention of hiring anyone.
If you are in the position of trying to find a new job, of course you don't want to waste your time applying for these ghost jobs.
But it turns out all those open job postings that you see online might not even be real.
Wow.
We'll get to what you guys are saying about this job market at the end of this episode. But for now, let's move on to the third reason for the struggle of young graduates. The worst of the pandemic might be behind us.
It is
but there's
fudged.
no denying it changed how we all work. But now, it seems that things are reverting back again. Remote jobs, in theory, could have been the great equalizer, opening opportunities to anyone, anywhere. And for a brief moment, it was. Now the remote work boom is over, and workers just don't want to let go. Only 1 in 5 jobs on LinkedIn are remote or hybrid. Yet, they're getting 60% of all applications. During the Great Resignation, many people left their jobs chasing more money and fulfillment, the hallmark of a healthy job market. This cleared the way for new workers to move in and move up. Also taking the US as an example, job hopping isn't paying off like it used to. Back in 2023, the people who switched jobs got about a 7.7% pay rise.
I remember hearing that.
And those who stayed got a 5.5% pay rise. But now, in 2025, the situation has flipped. Workers who stayed got a 4.6% rise, while job switches only made a measly 0.2%.
They're probably
more.
sick of the job
Customer
switches,
success
huh?
Specialist Josh Vogel told the Wall Street Journal that after being laid off from a $170,000 a year job plus bonuses, he accepted a new role paying $120,000 because, quote, no one is paying like they used to. If you don't like it, there's 50 people behind you they're going to call afterward.
True.
What we're seeing
It's a buyer's market. It's an employer's market.
feels like the return to the baby boom era of workplace loyalty, or at least a subtle echo of it. Between economic anxiety, AI, and global trade instability, it's no wonder that so many workers are choosing to hang on to what they have. Fewer people quitting means fewer backfill opportunities. This can clog the entry-level ladder and create a domino effect. So we all get it by now. There's some real problems, but we need real solutions. So what are they? For a heads up, according to this study, here are the sectors that are safest from AI. Jobs such as a pile driver operator, rail track layer, water treatment plant system operator, and dredge operators will have you sleeping very well at night. But writers, sales reps, historians, or translators, not so much. So where can graduates turn to now? Accounting? Well, in the future, AI could be a threat to that.
I think so.
Nursing and healthcare? Yes, that's AI-proof and will be safe. But not everyone
Yeah.
wants to do that. And besides,
Very
in
true.
a lot of cases, low pay and burnout are real.
Yeah,
Computer
very
science?
true.
AI shakily handles the very basics right now. But tech companies are quick to jump into using AI over humans anyway.
Yeah.
Graphic design, the arts, journalism, copywriting.
Journalism is
animation.
crazy.
Those fields are too risky to even think about seriously anymore. Education is a bright spot, but burnout and pay is also a real issue. The civil, mechanical, electrical, or oil and gas engineering fields seem okay for now, but that doesn't leave a whole lot of choice. Bluntly speaking, the safest sectors are anything that involves physical work or face-to-face human interaction. So,
Yeah,
what to be
obviously.
done? Many of
All
Gen
the
Z
jobs that will ruin your body in 15 years. Yeah, that's true. Like physical stuff. Although that's sort of like customer facing interaction, that kind of thing, that doesn't have to ruin your body in 15 years. So people can do stuff like that, I guess.
are turning away from university and finding their path in blue-collar work. It's an interesting development.
A historic drop at U.S. college enrollment. U.S. college freshman enrollment is on the decline.
Many schools have seen those enrollment declines already. And jobs that traditionally require college degrees are no longer as reliable as they once were. Gen Z, the youngest generation in the workforce, are saying no to the college experience. Instead, they're entering blue-collar jobs and skilled trades
Heck
that don't
yeah.
require a four-year degree.
That's what I'm
They're
talking
gaining
about, brother.
skills
that allow them to then go out and start their own business.
Heck
and
yeah,
that really
brother.
allows them the opportunity to set their
They're
own
actually
potential
working.
as they go forward.
And as older blue-collar workers begin to retire, it may be that Gen Z rises to fill the skilled labor gap.
According to Jeffrey
Makes
Hinton,
sense.
aka the godfather
Pete,
of AI,
do you own
art-
Bitcoin? Yeah. I put like $300 in Bitcoin. I think it's like $350 now. That's all I got though. What about you, Pap? What's your Bitcoin situation?
Artificial intelligence will replace paralegals and call center jobs. But for a truly AI-resistant job, consider being a plumber or any trade that requires hands-on
DCA? What's a DCA? DCA? Diversity Council, Australia? I'm guessing that's not what you're talking about. Dollar cost averaging? Dollar cost average. What does that mean? In relation to Bitcoin? Yeah, I believe in it. I mean, I believe in Bitcoin. You can automatically buy a certain amount of Bitcoin per day. Yeah, actually, my ex did something like that. She was automatically buying like Doge and stuff. I don't know if she was buying Bitcoin, but she was buying Doge and like meme coins and stuff back when that was like a smart thing to do. Interesting. That could be something worth looking into. So instead of one random lump sum you buy for $350, let's say you can just set up like $10 a week. But do you get charged for each of those transactions? Because the reason I went for the lump sum is because there was like a transaction for turning my money into Bitcoin. So I don't know if it sounds great to do lots of transactions because there's probably little fees on those, no?
Skill and judgment. In fact, tradespeople might have the
Only
upper
for
hand.
bad exchanges? What did I use? I think I used like bitcoin.com or something like that. Only decent one is a 0% fee, so it's irrelevant? Or a percentage fee? Right, so it wouldn't make a difference. I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe that's the right way to go. I don't know. I haven't thought about it that deep. I just knew that I had to get some Bitcoin and got $300 of it. Because that was an amount of money that I felt like I could put aside.
Now, especially as the value of a university degree drops.
What would you be saying to people about their career prospects in a world of superintelligence? What should we...
It's a good set it and forget it thing. I'd highly suggest it. Yeah, I probably should do that. I mean, feel free to like link me all that kind of stuff in DMs if you want. Have you heard of the book, The Bitcoin Standard? I'm pretty sure it was someone talking about the Bitcoin Standard that got me to buy Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure.
We be thinking about?
In the meantime, I'd say it's going to be a long time before it's as good at physical manipulation as us.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
A good bet would be to be a plumber.
And the fact that self-driving cars are still not a thing, and they keep telling us every 5 years there's going to be self-driving cars in 5 years, and it doesn't happen. I think AI is not as good at navigating three-dimensional space in an articulate, precise manner and reacting to that three-dimensional stimuli. Perhaps it's super good. I probably won't read the book, but I'll probably want to keep putting money in Bitcoin. The other thing is, now that I'm really into streaming, I obviously put a lot of money into this microphone, and I do think about putting money into other things that could improve the process. The audiobook is free on YouTube. Well, maybe I should do that. Although I do find I spend the time that I can be listening to stuff, I generally listen back to my VODs, and I feel that is something that pretty dramatically increases the quality of my VODs. But perhaps if I run out of my own VODs and I run out of streams that I want to watch, maybe I'll do that.
Many students do use AI to get through their degrees, so have ended up in a strange loop. Students rely on AI to get degrees, and they need those degrees to get jobs that might not exist in a few years.
Wow, that's a sad reality.
Well, AI. So what are we really doing here? As time progresses, real value-added work in the physical world will increase in importance. Well, until the robots come. That's a half-facetious joke, by the way.
Robots are stealing human jobs faster than anyone predicted, and 8 major industries just proved human workers are becoming completely obsolete. Waymo autonomous taxis are already serving 200,000 paid rides per week with 0 human drivers, while Amazon deployed 750,000 warehouse robots that sort packages faster and more accurately than any human worker. In China, robotic gas station attendants refuel cars without human help.
That's kind of cool.
Robot chefs trained on 5 million recipes are cooking restaurant-quality meals with perfect precision every single time.
True.
Boston Dynamics robots are now operating
Sounds kind of
professional
good.
film cameras and performing backflips while capturing movie scenes, completely replacing human camera operators who spent decades mastering
This is actually
their
kind of
craft.
exciting and cool, I'm not going to
Terrifying
lie.
example is robots repairing high voltage power lines because
True.
utility companies realize machines never get electrocuted, never fall, and never demand overtime pay or health insurance.
Wow.
These aren't prototypes
Or
or
payouts
future
for injuries.
concepts. Every single one of these robots is working right now, earning money for companies while human workers get laid off and replaced.
To add to this, while degree holders still do earn more overall, the quote university wage premium, that is, the earning gap between graduates and non-graduates, is shrinking in America, Britain, and Canada. To give you an idea just how much things have changed since the good old days, only 22% of US adults say that a college degree is worth the cost. After all,
I'm
it's one of the
surprised
most
it's as high as
expensive
22.
purchases most Americans will ever make.
millions of Americans have one thing in common: a crippling amount of student debt.
Not
As
me,
for
baby.
Australia, the number of degree holders in low-paying jobs
Did you
is
go to
growing.
uni, Pap?
Meanwhile, in China, there are so many graduates that the job market has collapsed. After all, if the whole entire job pool is full of qualified standouts, then no one is really standing out.
If everyone's special, no one will be.
Are racking up thousands of followers online for their
2 degrees, finance and economics. It seems like you're actually using those though, so that's good. You don't feel like you were ripped off, do you, Pap?
unusual proposals.
Here in my company, we pretend to work. There is no activity. You're unemployed, so come to me and do what you want.
In the heart of the business district in the Chinese city Chongqing lies a fake company.
This is the
It was worth it. I'm glad you feel that way. Glad you weren't ripped off.
Here about 15 people pretend they're working.
Pretend they're working.
With a nice view, but we only use it to play video games and take naps.
That sounds nice.
In actual fact,
I want to play video games and take naps.
I take photos of my work environment. My family always asks me what I do.
Oh wow.
This is a bogus business registration
What?
certificate.
So what do
she
these?
will
How do
later
these people?
show her
How do they
parents.
actually get money?
A growing number of young people in China say they are seeking these companies in order to avoid judgment from others.
The job market is not good, and
This is crazy. I didn't realize this was happening. They're pretending to have jobs, but are they paying to pretend to have jobs? Because that's so much worse.
have a real job, you often have to work overtime.
True.
China's youth unemployment jumped to 17% last year, but experts say that figure could be much higher.
But let's try and have a more positive stance to finish off. If you don't feel like studying a trade,
No, but it's better than sitting at home for 8 hours, I guess. Not sure who is paying for this, though. I think they must be paying for it, no? That's just so weird. They go there, they pretend to work. They're obviously not getting paid. I think they're paying to be there to pretend that they have a job. Because someone's got to pay the rent for that building.
you don't feel like nursing or any kind of engineering sans computer science. Maybe using AI ethically to start your own business might be the way to go. There's more tools out there than ever before.
This is
that
true.
when combined with human creativity, could produce something remarkable.
Yeah.
The bottom line is now and in the future will look very different to how the world has ever looked before. But there still are options. If you're young, you still have the most valuable resource of all, time. And you can use that time to figure out how to
true.
navigate an admittedly difficult and challenging employment environment. Alright, now let's take a look at what you guys are saying about this job market. Firstly, in the poll, most of you said that the job market has deteriorated in the past year. Now I do understand in hindsight that this wasn't the cleanest data set, as it skewed towards those having job issues, and there was no option to just see the results. But what I was more
True.
interested in was the comments. Judo Planet has an interesting viewpoint. He states, AI application tracking systems have obliterated the integrity of simple applications. Without awareness and proper tailoring, your application will never reach human eyes. If true, it would be yet another way that AI is changing the job market, but this time from the employer's side. Defiant Feeling states that it's hard to compete against candidates using AI in interviews. I guess it comes down to a personal decision if one would want to use AI themselves to up their chances of landing a job, but it's a crazy world that we live in that that's even an option. Barbarossa06 on the employment side notes that there's a flood of applicants lately where there used to be a drought a few years ago. Javadamat states that his company is basically cutting out graduate contract offers over the past 3 years, from 100 plus to 0. Any hopefuls must apply after graduation now. Joe VER and Everyday Skeptic are
Jova.
both having problems getting a job. Joe still hasn't been successful, while it took Skeptic
Wait,
8
who
months
is
to find
Joe?
something. There's a similar sentiment from Fat89789 in South Africa and Heo0 in Finland. The latter of which thinks that it's the worst
And there's
job
a similar sentiment from your mum 6969 suck my balls 42069 blaze it.
market he's seen in a decade.
Welcome in, Finn. Speaking of great usernames, welcome in, Foreskin Finn. Welcome in. How are you? Thanks for being here.
According to this, and I do agree that the data is weighted, it does still look like a tough time for some of you out there. I do wish you all the best in finding something eventually, and at the very least, I hope that this lets you see that you're really not alone. Broadly speaking, this really is an adjustment period for the world, and and we can only hope that things work out for the better on the other side. Whether that's just the market improving by itself, or structural changes from the bottom up, like people becoming entrepreneurs, or from the top down society-wide. After all, humans are extremely adaptable in aggregate. So thanks for watching.
Yo,
My name
King
is
Horror
Devoto.
Wolfman, thanks for the first time chat. Thanks for being here. How are you, King Horror Wolfman? And how did you find the stream? Oh, and I think we're going to need a new video, Pap. I don't know if you have another video rec. But we've come to the end. What have we got here? Apple's AI disaster, rare failure. You got me, Pap? You got me? Pap, are you following the Lewis Rossman Clippy profile picture stuff? I think that's pretty cool, but unfortunately I watched it off stream. King Horror Wolfman says, I'm kinda okay. And you? I found you on the Just Chatting. Wow, I love when people organically find the stream. That's so cool. Pap says, I heard about the Clippy thing. Yep. Well, King Horror Wolfman, I'm sorry to hear that you're only kinda okay. Whatever it is you're going through, I hope everything gets better, and I'm sure everything will get better at some point, and I'm just glad that you found the stream. And I'm pretty good. Life's pretty good for me, thankfully. I just stream, and I joined a band a few weeks ago, and spent today with the band practicing songs, and and I work, and so I just do all that stuff, and I'm more busy than usual, but I think it's good for me. I think it's good for me to be busy. And kind of craving rest rather than overindulging in it. I think that's good for me. But yeah, I hope everything works out for you, King Horror Wolfman. Do you normally just go by Wolfman? We already have a guy called Wolf. So I guess you could be Wolfman. Wolf and Wolfman. Yeah, I don't know. Intel collapse is kind of sad. Kind of sad. Intel does kind of suck now. They used to make the best CPUs, but AMD has definitely overtaken them. A T app. Oh yeah, the T app stuff is crazy. I don't know if you guys know about that. I always go by Wolfman. Okay, Wolfman. Well, welcome, Wolfman. I'm glad I could name you correctly. Apple's AI disaster, a rare failure. Yeah, Wolfman says, thanks. You're very welcome, Wolfman. Yeah, it does seem like Apple promised a lot of AI-based features and then just didn't deliver on them. It does seem like it. I heard about T. Yeah, so T is an app where it's an app, I believe, is it exclusively for women to post about men and to be like, well, this guy cheated on me and this guy says he earns this much money, but he only earns this much money, and that's what the T app, I think, is all about. But I think there was a similar app. I can't remember the video or who made it. I think what I watched. I think I watched Asmongold react to a video about the T app, and there was a predecessor that was doing the same thing, and it went to court, and it was found that website was posting false information about men. So I think the whole thing got shut down, and it seems like, I guess the big hubbub with the T app is the information of all the women got leaked, and the women are mad, but the whole thing exists to leak private information of men, so it's all a little bit ironic, and some people are reveling in the irony. Is it irony? I guess it is the irony of it all. Cicada 3301, an internet mystery. Okay, I have no idea what this is about. T app is wild, Pap.
On the 4th of January 2012, a user on 4chan posted this image to the site's infamous B or random board.
I'm going to read the image. It says, hello, we are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck. 3301. Well, is the secret message the 3301? That seems like the random bit permaban for Mattel Frel. There we go. Finn says the concept was weird. A platform where people could write whatever they could about you and you can't respond. Yeah, and you can't even see it's there because a man can't make an account. I get the idea, but horrid execution. Well, what if we were all just, nice human beings and we lived in community with one another and then people could just be aware of other people's actions? I feel like the issue is that we're all just sort of isolated in our own little worlds and people don't exist in communities anymore.
The anonymous author, who went by the 4-digit pseudonym 3301, challenged
that's a
users
pseudonym.
to uncover a message hidden within the image. Unbeknownst to those who stumbled across it, someone had just set in motion one of the most elaborate scavenger hunts the internet has ever seen.
Cicada 3301.
Within minutes of the image being posted, someone discovered that by opening the file using a text editor, an appended string of readable text could be found. The string contained a cipher that, once deciphered, formed a link to yet another image. At first, this appeared to be a dead end, but using an application known as OutGuess, users were able to extract hidden information embedded within the first image.
Oh, weird.
The extracted information led to a subreddit, which in turn contained information about the book. The book, along with a code, could then be used to uncover a phone
This
number
is
that, when
wild.
called, played this pre-recorded message.
Very good. You have done well.
Wow.
There are 3 prime numbers associated with the original final .jpeg image. 3301 is one of them. You will have to find the other 2. Multiply all 3 of these numbers together and add a .com on the end to find the next step. Good luck.
This is crazy.
By the following day, the initial image had been reposted all over the internet. A growing community of armchair detectives sought to unravel this elaborate puzzle, but no one was quite sure what to make of it. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end? Some naturally dismissed it as an elaborate joke, while others perceived its complexity as evidence against it being the work of a mere troll. Before long, rumors began to circulate that this could be the work of some secret society or intelligence agency with the intent of...
It did have that vibe, but as soon as I hear something like that, or, we're looking for the smartest people, it immediately kind of feels like a prank. Like there's no way it's actually like the CIA recruiting or something like that. That's just what they want you to think it is, right?
Recruiting individuals proficient in cryptography, steganography, and other related fields.
Although when he puts it like with that specificity, it sounds like it could be legit.
Of course, it was nothing but a rumor.
Oh.
The 2 missing numbers mentioned in the recording proved to be the dimensions of the original image. After multiplying the width and height with 3301 and using the product as a web address, users were taken to a website. The website consisted of a countdown as well as an image of a cicada. When the countdown reached 0, the page was updated with a list of coordinates. The coordinates pointed to locations around the globe, 14 locations in 5 different countries. It was now up to participants living near the specified coordinates to rise from their comfortable armchairs and venture outside. Those who believed Cicada to be the work of an organization now felt their beliefs had been justified. In their opinion, only some international collective possessed the means and resources to create a scavenger hunt of this magnitude. This was not...
I don't think it takes that crazy means and resources. I think what they just described is something that just takes a lot of time.
Work of your average troll. No, this had to be something else. At each location was a poster with a cicada symbol and a QR code.
On the bike shelter over here. See, I got it right there. Oh. You can see the corners. As excited, I just kind of ripped it off.
The codes linked to an image, the image contained a riddle, the riddle led to a book, and the book led to a website. But here, the puzzle took an unexpected turn. Only a select group of first arrivals to this website were accepted into the final stage of the puzzle. The site eventually closed down with the message, "We want the best, not the followers." The finalists were also warned not to collaborate with others nor to share the details of this private stage of the puzzle. Well, given that we know this, it's safe to say that not everyone heeded that warning. But those who did presumably advanced through the final stages before reaching the very end of the puzzle.
The boss battle.
After nearly a month of silence, an image appeared on the subreddit announcing the conclusion of the puzzle, and just like that, the hunt was over. Cicada had supposedly found the highly intelligent individuals they were looking for, and whatever happened to them is a bit of a mystery, but more on that in a moment. The complete lack of an explanation was perceived by many as confirmation that the puzzle had been nothing but a wild goose chase intent on wasting everyone's time.
That would be very
After
disappointing.
all, questions raised by the original image remained unanswered. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end? However, as it later turned out, this was only the beginning.
Bruh, what? Second puzzle.
Whomever was behind this intricate game had the foresight to include an authentication code known as a PGP signature along with every clue. This allowed users to verify that an...
You know, before I went by Peepcast, I didn't even originally go by Peepcast, but I had a YouTube channel called Peepcast. And before it was called Peepcast, it was called Peeps Gotta Peep. And I referred to it as PGP. So when he said PGP, I was like, huh?
Image or message was actually from Cicada, as opposed to some imposter seeking to derail or hijack the puzzle. Cicada had repeatedly warned of such false paths and insisted that any message lacking a valid PGP signature should promptly be disregarded. That's why this image, posted exactly a year and a day after the first, provoked such a frenzy. After a year of lackluster imitations, this image finally matched the official PGP signature. Cicada was back, and it was time for round 2. The second puzzle was not too dissimilar from the first. The image...
So this one says, hello again, our search for intelligent individuals now continues. The first clue is hidden within this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck, 3301.
Closed the message led to a book, the book produced a link, and gradually the puzzle unfolded. At one point, a recording titled The Instar Emergence was uncovered.
Huh. This is nice.
Another clue led to a cryptic Twitter account, which then led to an image. The image proved vital to the progression of the puzzle, but the inclusion of this runic alphabet would remain a mystery for quite some time. Much like the first puzzle, the second swelled into the physical world when a list of coordinates compelled participants to once again take to the streets in search of enigmatic posters. This time it was 8 locations in 4 different...
I love the word enigmatic. It's a great word.
...countries. But eventually the trail went cold once again. Another select group of first arrivals had been accepted into a final, private stage of the puzzle. Unlike the first puzzle, the second did not conclude with an official message from Cicada. The trail merely went cold, and Cicada vanished once more, leaving us no closer to an explanation. However, this was still not the end.
Alright guys, there is going to be a long ad in like 54 seconds. It'll probably run like 10 ads in a row because I snooze all the ads, and I just would rather have them all in one big chunk where you can go and get some food or get yourself a drink or have a stretch or whatever. So please come back at the end and then we can hang out ad-free for longer. Finn says, ooh, Peep, I forgot to mention I tried Naruto combo at BK yesterday. Wow, I don't even know what the Naruto combo is. Was it good? I must say the Naruto Whopper is a delicacy. Wow. I didn't see that coming.
At the beginning of 2014, it was time for round 3. Once again, the image enclosed a message, the message led to a book, the book produced a link, and suffice it to say, it was more of the same. Except this time, the puzzle seemed to revolve around a strange book. The book was titled Liber Primus, meaning first book in Latin, and was evidently written by Cicada. The runic alphabet uncovered in 2013 finally made sense, as the book was primarily written in runes. Even so, the meaning of the translated pages were cryptic at best. The book consisted of various philosophical and ideological ideas and appeared to be their manifesto. Many have since compared the strange writings to that of a cult. Nevertheless, the book also comprised a myriad of clues and codes. For example, this page advised participants to seek out a website on the deep web, but the site remains undiscovered. Another page led to a website containing yet another recording titled Interconnectedness.
The music is nice. Sounds like music from the Big Les show. Liz, you're inside a simulation. You're just drawn inside of Microsoft Paint. Yeah. It's all inside your head, mate. That's right. What is
However,
reality?
A significant portion of the book has yet to be translated. The runic text on some of the pages appear to be obfuscated by layers of encryption that has yet to be decrypted. Of the 74 pages featuring runes, only 19 have been successfully translated. As 2015 came and went without the launch of a new puzzle, many came to suspect the Liber Primus had to be completed if Cicada was to return. This was more or less confirmed at the beginning of 2016 when Cicada encouraged a re-examination of the book. More than 4 years have now gone by with minimal progress and near complete silence from Cicada. Questions raised by the original image have gone ignored. What is the purpose of these puzzles? Who's behind them? What happens when you reach the end?
We better find out. The end. Here we go.
When the initial image appeared on 4chan back in 2012, many assumed Cicada 3301 to be an alternate reality game designed by a corporation to promote a new service or product. For example, Microsoft developed an elaborate ARG back in 2001 to promote the film Artificial Intelligence, and a similar viral marketing campaign
Halo 2,
was
I
used
love
to promote the
bees.
release of Halo 2. But the release of subsequent puzzles and the complete lack of commercialization has more or less eliminated that possibility.
Luca, we're watching a video called Cicada 3301, an internet mystery, about like a secret code that was posted on 4chan that people decrypted, and we're right about to find out what answers people got if they actually decrypted the whole thing.
Leaked information from
and also, welcome in, Luca Worldwide. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. How are you?
Private end stage of each puzzle, then we do gain some insight into who this group might be. For example, at the end of the first puzzle, finalists supposedly received this email. In it, Cicada described themselves as an international group who believe that privacy is an inalienable right.
Facts.
The aim of each puzzle is to recruit like-minded individuals in an effort to develop privacy-conscious solutions.
Based.
The email then concludes with 3 questions. The PGP signature, which would have confirmed the authenticity of the email, was conveniently removed by the leaker. If a version with a valid
I'm doing great, man. Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Luca. Life's pretty good for me. Just was doing band practice today and got home and sort of just in time to cook some food. I think Pap was a little mad. I was on the going live screen for like 18 minutes, which, yes, that should only probably last about 10 minutes, but that's just how long it took me to cook my steak after getting home. And I knew I'd be better off kind of having the stream all set up and ready to go as soon as my food was cooked. But it is what it is. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling busy. I'm feeling a little tired, but I think that's good for me. I think that's better than my usual kind of sitting around, not being busy enough. I think this is a better way to be. Yeah. Have you been up to anything interesting, Luca?
Does exist online, I was unable to find it. But regardless of its legitimacy, I find this question a bit odd. It reads, do you believe that
Actually came on earlier and was met by the screen too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, if I had all the time, I think I prefer to just be here when I go live, but it was just a situation where I felt like I was just going to go live too late. Like if I cooked the steak and then I ate the steak, I don't know. I don't know. It worked out the way it worked out, I guess.
Information should.
Also waiting to see the band pics. The band pics didn't turn out that great. It basically didn't end up being a proper photo shoot because the person who was going to take the photos pulled out partially because of the bad weather. And then we got someone else and they just used a phone and they didn't take that many photos. Like when you do a photo shoot, you should just be taking tons and tons of photos, right? But we didn't get that many, so the photos are just sort of fine. They're nothing I really would write home about, and we're just going to use them to put together a poster for our first few gigs. You feel scammed? Well, I'm sorry, Luca. I mean, I was a little disappointed too. I thought we were going to take some really nice photos, but look, they're not terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can have a look through them later on maybe and think about whether it's worth putting them in the Discord or something. But yeah, let's find out what this freaking thing. So it's about privacy or something. These people are going to preserve privacy, which is cool.
Be free. Assuming the expected answer is yes, then the very first sentence, do not share this information, seems a bit hypocritical. While the idea of a secret society recruiting individuals by means of elaborate cryptographic puzzles may seem a bit absurd or even conspiratorial, it's not entirely unfounded. Corporations and governments alike have employed similar recruitment techniques since at least the Second World War.
That's actually pretty cool.
In 2013, the British intelligence agency GCHQ launched a recruitment program known as Can You Find It? Participants had to decrypt a number of cryptograms hidden across the internet, and those who managed to solve the entire puzzle were offered a prize or a position at the agency. Google did something similar with enigmatic billboards back in 2004, and the US Navy launched a near-identical project in 2014.
That's cool.
Okay, but then what about the recruits? Why have we not heard from these chosen few? Well, we have. It's just that separating a legitimate finalist from an imposter is virtually impossible. In a 2015 interview with Rolling Stone, two alleged winners of the first puzzle chronicled the events beyond the final stage. After receiving an email from Cicada, they were taken to a forum on the dark web. Here they could communicate with 20-some odd recruits as well as a handful of established members of Cicada. They were told that Cicada 3301 had been founded by a group of friends who shared common ideals about security, privacy, and censorship.
Yeah.
The goal was to work as a collective to develop software applications in line with that ideology.
Very based.
As friends recruited friends, this secret society quickly expanded into a decentralized international organization.
Wow.
The recruits would
hey, just like the Peepcast stream, we're a decentralized international organization, right, guys?
Tasked with developing software that fit the ideology of the group, and members of Cicada would oversee their progress. But without the allure of a puzzle to be solved, the recruits quickly lost interest. By the end of 2012, all but one had left, and a few months later, the site was gone. They never heard from Cicada again.
What?
One of the two winners, named Marcus Wanner, later elaborated further in a video by YouTuber Nox Populi. Furthermore, Nox Populi himself claims to be a winner of the second puzzle, so I reached out to him, and this is some of what he had to say. After completing the final stages of the second puzzle, Nox Populi received an invitation to join Cicada 3301. However, he was not invited to a website, but was instead merely told to be patient. Then, around May of 2013, all communication with Cicada abruptly ceased. This was around the same time as when the website dedicated to the winners of the first puzzle was suddenly taken down. Nox Populi later contacted other winners of the second puzzle to compare notes, and their experiences were identical. In his own words,
Bruh.
all the stories were the same. We were invited to join 3301, then something happened and silence followed a request for patience.
That sucks.
Nox Populi supposed that roughly 5 others completed the second puzzle, in contrast to the 20-odd winners of the first. In regards to who or what Cicada is, Nox Populi believes they could be a remnant of the cypherpunk movement of the late 80s.
Dante, woke up to use the bathroom. Welcome in, Dante. Welcome in. Thanks for being here, my man. How are you? Glad to see you live. Sorry I haven't been here. You don't need to be sorry, Dante. You don't need to be sorry. I think about you every night. I lay in my bed, I think about you, and I think, I'm so glad that Dante is getting good sleep. That's what I think every night in my bed. Lucas says, that would be a great company name. You reckon Nox Populi? Well, I guess this guy got the name. I wouldn't really want to steal it.
The 90s.
Also, Dante, did I ask you how you are? Ah, you missed Luca as well. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, how have you been, Dante? Can we get an update? You're welcome to call into the show if you like. I recognize that you've sort of woken up in the middle of the night. You probably don't want to. Oh, it's been rough with family stuff. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. And I completely understand not really wanting to go through all of that on Twitch. But it's just nice to see you in chat. I'd love to have you on the show, but I also completely understand that it's probably not very good timing. Curious about the job? I appreciate that, man. He says, what a wonderful, lovely guy. But yeah, I'm curious because you were getting a new job at the pet place, the Petco or something like that. Did that work out? Is that going good?
A small group of activists advocating.
Oh, we're also watching this video about this like cryptic thing. Yo, Ritz Gaming. Welcome in, Ritz Gaming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the first time chat. How are you, Ritz Gaming? What's going on with you? And also, how'd you find the stream? Dante says, I got excited mid-stream and was like, Peepers is live. Mid-urination stream? Is that what you mean? Ritz Gaming says, nice gaming. Follow me back. Well, Ritz Gaming, we're not actually gaming right now. So I don't know if that means that you're not paying any attention to the stream. I do, to be fair to Ritz Gaming, I do post like that I'm going live in some of the follow for follow pages. I just don't actually follow for follow. I don't know if that's a dick move. Sometimes I think about not being on those pages anymore, but yeah. Dante says, yeah, like while I was in the act, it's because Peepers posts in follow for follow. It's true, Dante. It's true. It's how Dante found me. So that, and I was gonna stop doing it, but then Dante said, but that's how I found you. And I was like, oh, okay, well then I guess I should keep doing it, right? I think that's how I found Dante and Mr. Bean. So it's like, you know, it feels like a small price to pay. Lucas says to Dante, what happened, man? We were vibing and getting along. Then you ghosted me? What happened? Luca, have you not been watching Dante's stream? Dante says, that's how I met him. And he never followed me back? What are you talking about, Dante? What are you talking about? What planet? What planet are you on, Dante? What planet are you on, my friend? What is this? What is this white heart right here? And when I mouse over, it says unfollow. I wouldn't be getting the option to unfollow if I didn't follow you, buddy. Lucas says, sorry to hear that, man. Hope it's getting better. Yeah, I hope it's getting better, Dante. Pap says, what's the point of followers if they never show up? Exactly. That's why follow for follow is pointless. The only reason I post in there is because sometimes you meet people like Dante and Mr. Bean. Dante says to Luca, I just had too strong of feelings. Oh, I had to distance. I wasn't ready for the commitment. Whoo, we're learning a lot about Dante here. Says to Pap, I saw you in Bean's chat not long ago. That's cool, Pap, that you're checking in on Bean. That's really good. Pap says, but I mean, most people in follow for follow don't show up. It's true. Yeah, I mean, 99% of the people in there don't show up. It's very true. But it's worth it for the, we got our 2%ers like Dante and Mr. Bean, and yeah, we got cool homies coming in from there. Luca says to Ritz Gaming, don't feel bad. At Peepcast doesn't follow me either. We're just in love, Luca. I'm sorry to break it to you, Luca, but I'm not in love. I am a completely heterosexual man. I'm sorry. For some reason, every single stream, without a doubt, it seems to come up that I have to let everyone know I'm totally straight. Dante says to Pap, oh, not you calling me a gem. Stop it. You can love the homies. That's a lie. You can love the homies. It's just in love. Guys, don't you guys think in love is different to love? Like if you are in love, then it's romantic, right? Let's finish out this video and then we'll just have the ultimate yap session.
Widespread use of strong cryptography and privacy-enhancing technologies, but he admits that there is no way to know for certain. If you want a far more comprehensive walkthrough of these puzzles as opposed to my brief overview, Nox Populi has produced a number of videos on his channel which I highly recommend. While these accounts cannot be verified, they do make for a very compelling argument as to what Cicada is. A group of anonymous developers seeking...
What do you mean? Okay, so that's it. I disagree. And I'm also straight. Okay, so that's it. I'm not saying okay, so that's it. We have like a minute left in this video. Oh, no, I meant in terms of the video, I thought maybe that was the end as soon as he started plugging something, because usually as soon as they plug something, the video's over. That's what you said in the video. It was funny. Okay.
To develop privacy-conscious applications by recruiting talented individuals via cryptographic puzzles. Sure, it is not nearly as exciting as a shadow government seeking world domination or any of the more fantastical theories,
that is definitely more exciting,
more plausible. You have to keep in mind that no part of these puzzles would have required more than one person. The posters are often pointed to as evidence that this must be the work of some international organization, but I beg to differ. I mean, right now, I could use any number of services to hire random persons around the globe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyone could create that code, I feel like.
All posters for me. Although, given that no poster was located more than an hour away from an airport, leads me to believe that one or multiple persons actually traveled to these locations. I mean, some of the posters were found within walking distance of an international airport. The fact is that anyone with a disposable income and enough time on their hands would be able to create the
That's what I'm saying. It's about having time on your hands, and I guess money.
Illusion of a vast, secret network spanning the globe. Not saying that that is the case with Cicada 3301, but it is nonetheless a possibility that cannot be discounted. With all of that being said, I personally think a loose-knit group of privacy-minded hobby cryptographers...
Yo! Max, I didn't quite get the name, I missed it because I didn't have OBS open. Maxine Jones with the follow. Thank you for the follow, Maxine Jones. Thanks for becoming one of Peeps Peepers. Welcome in. How are you? Maxine Jones says, yeah, ayo, you can call me Maxie. Welcome in, Maxie. How are you, Maxie? How'd you find the stream, Maxie? What'd it do? How it be? What you been up to? I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good. I just been telling everyone that I've been a little bit busy, I've been a little tired, but life's pretty good. Can I read your about me, Maxine? Would you be okay with me reading your about me? I was just scrolling and fell down here. I love when that happens. I love when people just find the stream. That's just so awesome. That's so beautiful, because we just had that earlier. It was Wolfman. Wolfman just randomly found the stream. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, let me know if I can read your about me, because I'd like to do that. Haha, yeah. What about you? Why are you tired? I think I'm just tired because I've been busy. I've just been working a fair bit, and then when I'm not working, I joined a band like 3 weeks ago, so I've just been doing band stuff all when I'm not working and not streaming. So it's like streaming, band, working. It feels like I'm just always doing something, and maybe I'm not getting as much sleep as I would like to get. I also made the mistake of staying up and playing Battlefield 6 last night and not streaming it. I don't know what I was doing, but it's because I finally got the game to actually work, so I felt the need to play it. Thanks for the link there, Pap. Yeah, let's get through the end of this video.
First, to be the most plausible explanation. Cicada made their last public statement in April of 2017, merely warning against disinformation. But the current status of the third puzzle and the possibility of a fourth remains clouded in mystery.
Yo, Aura. That video was Aura farming. Alright, guys. Alright, hold it down. Hold it down. I think let's have a bit of a yap sesh. We'll see. And if the yap sesh goes hard, we may not need the video. We'll see how we do. We'll see how we do if we can yap hard. Yap hard. What do we? No, that's the wrong account. Okay, where do we get up to? Luca says, y'all can relax. It's all just jokes. Good fun. Oh, well, that's good to know, Luca. And then I read Maxi's messages. And then Maxine, sorry. Oh, you did say I could call you Maxi, right? Call me Maxi, yeah. Same here. I just been working and now I got free time, so I'm just watching streams and relaxing myself. That sounds nice. Yo, in what time zone are you in? I am Australian, so I'm Australian Eastern Standard Time. What about you, Maxi? What's your time zone? What time zone are you hanging out in? What zone? What zone are you in, bruh? Bruh. Yeah, are people keen for Yap or continuing? Oh, that's cool. I am in Texas, peep. Yeah, I actually kind of want to live in Texas. I'm not going to lie. I would like to live in Texas. I feel like that'd be a cool place to live. What part of Texas? I think about living in Austin. I feel like Austin would be cool. So it's 4:42. What, AM or PM? 4:42. I don't know. I don't really know Texas time that good because most of my homies are Eastern Standard Time. AM, wow, 4:42 AM. That's wild. So, did you wake up early or are you staying up? What are you choosing there? There we go. Although we did have one already going. I didn't need to find another Pokemon thing. But I did. I did find another Pokemon thing. I can't help myself. Yeah, it's too late and I'm just getting off to bed. I was working for too long. What kind of work were you doing, Maxi? Doing a bit of work there. Maybe if the yap's not gonna go hard, we could just hit this next video. But we got our Pokemon music all lined up. We got 2 tabs of it now. What's Pap hitting us with?
In between 2 of the islands of Indonesia, there's
The invisible barrier keeping 2 worlds apart? What? Lucas says Snivy is overrated AF. Yeah, I don't really care about Snivy, to be honest. I like the Gen 1 starters the most. I know original, creative, inspired opinion. But yes, I definitely like the Gen 1 starters the most. Last year, I got a job in animating firm, and now in the age of 22, I am pro in animation stuff. Well, that's amazing, and I'm proud of myself. That's so cool. I love animation. What's your favorite animated TV show or film? What's your favorite animated thing? Mine's probably, one of my favorites is definitely Batman the Animated Series. I think that's an amazing show. And I like anime too. I like me a bit of Dragon Ball Z, a bit of Death Note. What else do I like? Obviously Studio Ghibli. Everyone loves Studio Ghibli. My fave one is Dragon Animated Series and Naruto. What's Dragon Animated Series? And Naruto. Dragon Animated Series? Oh, as in like How to Train Your Dragon, the series? Or... And then Dragon Ball Abridged? Yeah, I loved Dragon Ball Abridged back in the day. Oh no, my marijuana patch. I mean my carrot patch. Yeah. Classic comedy. The Dragon Prince. Oh, the Dragon Prince is good. Dragon Prince, although I loved the first season, and it's amazing. I loved the first season of the Dragon Prince. The second season didn't quite grab me like the first one did. Do you like Avatar The Last Airbender? Because it's some of the same creators as Avatar The Last Airbender. And I think Avatar The Last Airbender is absolutely goated. Yeah, I've watched only first one. So you only saw the first season of Dragon Prince? Because I mean, the first season of Dragon Prince is amazing. And then I feel like the second season falls off a bit. But if you like Dragon Prince, I bet you would like Avatar The Last Airbender. I think it's the better of the two. Yeah, there's definitely some good animated stuff out there. Yeah, not even all episodes lol. Well, honestly, I think that's better because the first season is the good season. I mean, let me know, like, go give season 2 a crack and let me know what you think. But I felt like as soon as I started season 2, I was like, oh, this is not hitting like the first season. Lucas says, I like Airbender, but I prefer Korra's series. It's funny, I had the same thing with Korra. I loved Airbender, and I started Korra. I probably watched a couple episodes of Korra, and I was just like, bruh, this just doesn't do it for me. I didn't like how it became, like, industrial era. Like, it was supposed to be, like, the 1920s or something. They had cars and stuff. No, it just says, okay, I got my weigher. Your weigher? What's your weigher? And now I'm in bed. Oh, water? If I stop talking, I've fallen back asleep. Alright, it seems like the Yap session is on, guys. The Yap is now in session. Let's get rid of the closed captions on this video. Yeah, I could use some water myself. Maxie says, good night, Dante. Yeah, if you fall asleep before we get to say good night to you, good night. But let's enjoy Dante's presence while he's here. I don't get much peeper time. It's true. It's true. We've missed you, Dante. You know, did I tell you in Mr. Bean's stream? I think it was in Mr. Bean's stream. I was thinking about streaming earlier. And I want to do it. I mean, maybe I could do it tomorrow because I don't have much on tomorrow. Although I did say to the band guys, maybe we could meet up tomorrow. Because I feel like we do need more time together as a band to keep getting better. I think I'm going to have to grab water too real quick. I think it's all in my backpack though, so it'll be quick. Maxie says, whenever you fell asleep, have a good and calm sleep. Dante says, a calm sleep. No, I headbang when I sleep. You know, some people do, Dante. You know, Time and I were joking the other day, it's always the hot girls that take up the whole bed. I don't know if you guys have had this experience. The hot girls will lie in the middle of the bed. They'll rotate. They'll be completely horizontal. They'll squash you into a ball in the corner. And my theory is it's because they're really hot. No one tells them that they're annoying the way they sleep. They're just happy to be in the bed with them. Dante says, Lamau, how silly. Maxie says, Mr. Bean is my favorite cartoon, and still I am in love with Mr. Bean. Dante says, Mr. Bean, may I ask how old you are? Tom? Tom? Who's Tom? Oh, Time. You know, Time goes to waste. He comes on the show sometimes. Mexican guy. Maxie says, I'm 22. Dante says, him casually bragging about being with a hot girl. Look, I've been very lucky at particular times in my life, okay? Maxi said, Dante says to Maxi, dude, no way, I'm in my 20s. Well, I'm in my 20s. You know, we're all in our 20s, I guess. I don't know. Except Pap. Called out. I was like, who's not in their 20s? Maxine says, haha, whoa, you're younger than me? I don't think Dante's saying that he is 20 though. Lucas says, no, never got into the cartoon. I grew up on live action series. Yeah, I saw live action Mr. Bean and the animated Mr. Bean and the streamer Mr. Bean 96. Also, I feel like I've gotten really bad at doing this. I haven't been doing this as much as I should do it. I should do this all the time. I think it's because my mods don't do this. That's a shout out for Dante and crew, an amazing Dead by Daylight streamer. And lately he's been streaming Resident Evil 4 Remaster. No, you were streaming Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, I believe. And also, I did notice today, Dante, that you were streaming Life is Strange. And if I wasn't busy with freaking band stuff, I might have stopped by and given you a little e-kiss on the cheek. Dante says, nah, I'm 23, soon to be 24. Maxi says, but I love cartoons and series too. Okay, cool. Dante says, yeah, my B-day is October. That's exciting. Are you going to do a birthday stream, Dante? Are you going to do something cool IRL for your birthday? Maxi says, my birthday is April. April birthday for Maxi. Dante says, my favorite cartoon of all time is Over the Garden Wall. Yeah, it's funny, Dante. I feel like when you first started chatting on the stream, we vibed over the Garden Wall. And I think I forget that that's one of the first things we vibed over, but that's a great freaking series, dude. Maxi says, what date of October? I will gonna wish you heart. Oh, that's very cute. I streamed Life is Strange today. He noticed, guys. Bro, I noticed. Don't worry. I noticed the people that I love and what they're doing. Dante says to Maxi, "Aw, thank you so much." Maxi says, "Oh no, we forgot Peep." Sorry, Peep. What do you mean you forgot me? Oh, Dante says Peep is B-Day. I can't remember the day. I don't know if I want to keep it a secret or not. I guess I may as well tell you guys. People don't seem to keep their birthdays a secret. My birthday is the 16th of February, guys. 16th of February. Put it in your calendars. I wonder if I'll do a stream. I don't know what I'll do for my birthday. But it's a little while away. Lucas says to Dante, love Resident Evil series. Have you played Village yet? Dante says it definitely happened not too long ago, I think. You thought my birthday happened not too long ago? That was a while ago. Dante says to Luca, I've played like 2. You played 2 Resident Evils? I'd be curious which ones. And then Maxi says to Dante, oh, what about yours? Peepa, when will be your birthday? Dante to Maxi, what's yours? Maxi says 29th of April. Dante says, yeah, February, that's right. Lucas says March 23rd. Dante says sick. I love the idea of actually hanging out with all my Twitch people at some point. I really do. I just don't know how it's gonna happen. I feel like I'd have to have a lot more money, you know? I feel like I don't even have the money to do a freaking US trip at all at this point. But I guess, you know, I'll just save up, I guess. I kind of like to go to TwitchCon. Get rich quick. Yeah, that would be nice. I'd like to get rich quick. Pyramid scheme. I wouldn't like to make my money dishonestly, though, you know? Peepa, I am sorry, man. It's too late for me. Yo, we got a follow. I can't quite see the name because it was too small, but maybe I'll see it when it comes up again on the stream. Deralja? Thanks for the follow, and feel free to let me know how to pronounce your name. And thank you for being here, and how are you, and how'd you find the stream? The Discord command actually works, which is nice. Oh, and good job, Dante. You know, Maxi can join the Discord. I didn't even think about that. So that is a modding. We love to see it. We love to see it, guys. I'm sorry, man. It's too late for me. I to go to work in the morning. And if you got any socials, I'd love to connect with you again, homie. Guys, I've got to go. Well, thank you so much for being here, Maxi. Appreciate you. Maxi says you guys can send me a friend request because I'm using phone right now. Is your Discord the same as your Twitch name? Oh, The Real Jar. Welcome in. Following from Facebook. I'm a tune in more, supporting the streams. Thank you so much, The Real Jar. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the first time message. How are you? What's going on? I feel like I missed... Maybe I didn't miss anything. Dante says, yes, sir. W support. Maxi says, if you want, I can drop my username here. Yeah, go for it. Lucas says, The Real Jar. Dante says to Maxi, thanks for stopping in. And then Maxi gives us the... So it's identical to your Twitch name, it looks like. Looks identical. Oh. I'm copying it. Copied. And I'm opening Discord. Wait. Hold it down. Invite people. Oh, nothing comes up. Maybe I need to just add you. How do I add people on Discord again, guys? Guys, I'm Ankh. I don't know if you guys know this. Find or start conversation? No? Friends, add friend. There we go. I'm getting to the bottom of it all. Send friend request. And now you should have a friend request, Maxi. From the one and only Peepers. Dante says to Jar, so The Real Jar, yes sir, W support. Maxi said I can draw my username, The Real Jar. The Real Jar says to Luca, thank you. Dante says Peepers DMs. Luca says to Maxi, great to meet you. Maxi says, we'll catch you on Discord, guys. Catch you on Discord, Maxi. Catch you on Discord. Dante says to Maxi, sick. Dante says, bruh, is Ankh status. I am Ankh status, guys. I only really started watching Twitch and being on Discord like 3 months ago, guys. I'm well and truly Ankh status. It's true. Luca says to The Real Jar, no worries. I think I already follow you. Been on your stream. The Real Jar says to Luca, I peeped Bean. Seeing you and everyone chat. Yeah, Mr. Bean is a real one. Oh, or do you just mean I peeped Bean seeing you in everyone's chat? Because he did spell it with 2 E's, so maybe he doesn't mean Mr. Bean. Dante said, did you check? Who's checking what? Luca says to peep, Ankh, aren't you like 25? I'm 28. Which I feel like in Twitch years is kind of Ankh. But also Ankh, sometimes you can be more spiritually Ankh, you know? Like my inability to use Discord is kind of more spiritually Ankh than literally Ankh. Dante says he is 33. Thanks, Dante. Thanks for saying that. Appreciate you saying that. It's always nice when someone says that. I know it says, nah, he's 28. Thanks for correcting the record. Maxi says, love you guys. We'll stop in again in the stream. Less than 3-3. Thanks, Maxi. We look forward to having you back. Dante says, lol. And then he says to Maxi, awesome. We love to hear it. Lucas says, what can I say? I love meeting people. The Real Jar says, same, gotta support the small streamers. True, we do need to support each other. Maxi says, for sure, Dante. You can also join me in Discord chat. I am open for it, homie. Lucas says, never say my age out loud. Dante says to Luca, you see that? You see that? What, Luca, you're keeping your age a secret, huh? Everyone said their age and you're gonna keep yours a secret like that, huh? That just makes me think that you're old, bro. You're gonna keep it a secret. Peepers, check Discord. Alright. Hold it down. Hold it down. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right, Dante. You know, they say when something seems too good to be true, it's usually too good to be true, right? What would you set the percentage at? I'm at like, well, I don't know about specifically what you said. I don't know, bruh. But I'd say there's a high chance. Yeah, high chance. But life is good. Was just curious. Yeah, no, I think it's good. It's good to share something like that. I'm gonna drink some water, guys. I don't know why these things have a little description in the corner. Psyduck is confused by Mikaruge's Confuse Ray, Eternity. We can see that. We can see that in the picture. You're sitting very interestingly. Yeah, I always sit interestingly, bro. I never sit normally. My friends know that I don't sit normally, bro. I used to have teachers tell me off for the way that I sat, and I'd just be like, no, actually, I'm going to sit this way, thanks. And then my friends would be like, yeah, he does just sit that way. It's okay. It's, you know, it's just, there's something wrong. It's probably autism. I had someone tell me once that they reckon that autistic people or neurodiverse people are like, they feel their joints and stuff more, and they sit weirdly and they get more sore like necks and backs and everything. And I definitely do get sore necks and backs and all that kind of stuff and sit weirdly. Lucas says, age doesn't matter. I look half my age, or so I've been told. Well, they do say black don't crack. So you got that going for you. And Dante says, sit like a crab. Did you get diagnosed? I've never been diagnosed, Dante, but I'm pretty freaking sure. Although, to be fair, we did that online test, right? Where you looked at the eyes, and I think I got that all right. But I did, like, I've done a lot of multiple choice ones and gotten that I did have it. I don't know. But I did do that. I think I did all that during, like, lockdown. If you pay me $20, I could give you a diagnosis. I could pay myself $20 and give myself a diagnosis by that logic, so. Unless you've suddenly become a psychologist or psychiatrist, I don't think you're going to be giving me an official diagnosis. I was asked to pay $2,000 to get an actual diagnosis, and I said, I'm good, thanks. Should I do that for a Twitch stream? What, diagnose me? Diagnose me for a Twitch stream, or take the test for a Twitch stream? I took one psychology class. Well, I guess you're more qualified than me then. Lucas says you should do that for a Twitch stream. Maybe you should, dude. I do like therapy Twitch streams. I liked being on Ironic Elms therapy stream, even if you know, people thought I was maybe a more suspect person than I am. Peak Peepers and Dante content. Yeah, sounds kind of good. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to be an actual psychologist. Dude, what if I became a psychologist for the sake of being a Twitch psychologist? Nah, they don't want their talking about? Do you mean they don't know what they're talking about? Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. Look, it's all good, you know. Elm rated me, I don't know, probably like a week ago now. So I think we're all good, and Chio rated me a couple of weeks ago or whatever. So I think everyone's all good. Have you talked to Elm recently? Yeah, I think it was like 2 streams ago or something like that. 2-3 streams ago. I hopped on a call with him at the end of his stream, and we had a little chat, a little catch up. We like each other a lot, and then he rated me. Yo, Callan Butler 1 with the first time message. Welcome in, Callan Butler 1. Thanks for being here, Callan. Thanks for being here. And Callan asks, how's it going? How's going on, Peep? Yeah, life's good. Life is good, Callan. Life is good, just big chillin'. Streaming, loving streaming. Life's good. How are you, Callan? That's what I want to know. I want to know how you are, and I want to know how you found the stream. Dante says W first time chatter, because Dante is a W mod, bro. Dante isn't always here because of time zone stuff, but when he is here, he's here. He's a 10 out of 10 mod, and we love to see it. Ooh, I don't know why I'm so thirsty tonight. Just chillin'. Just chillin'. Love to hear it. Just hanging out, dude. Well, it's 8 p.m. for me. So it's officially just chillin' time. It's 8 p.m. on a Friday night for me. Officially just chillin' time. Dante says to Callan, are you a fellow Aussie like my main man Peepers? And Luke is welcoming him in with some raised hands. Welcome in, Callan. Welcome in. Ah, it's a good time. It's a good time to be alive. It's a good time to be just chilling out, hanging out, listening to some Pokemon music. I always like my little Pokemon girls. No, that's creepy. I shouldn't have said that. I take it all back. I shouldn't have said that. Guys, and I'm ending stream right now. End of the stream. Guys, I'll see you all later. All right, let's all just forget that happened. Dante says your fave color is red, right? Is that baby oil in the back? Hold for Diddy. No baby oil. No baby oil here. My fave color is red. Why do you ask? Why do you ask, Dante? Luca says to Dante, yes, you just missed the Diddy party. Guys, that is so not my vibe. Dante said, just wanted to see if remembered correctly. Wow. Dante's testing his friend abilities, his friend memory abilities. Did you say what your favorite color was, Dante? Because I don't think... Is it purple? Did you say it was purple? Did I get that out of nowhere? See, sometimes my memory works, sometimes it doesn't. I was remembering something from like... what year of school? Maybe it was like year 1 or year 2 of school. I was remembering something from then this afternoon. I was like, wow, my memory's weirdly good. Green. Did you tell me it was green? Green. So, if your favorite color is green, why is your name orange and your profile picture purple? You just trying to throw everyone off? Yeah, probably. It's okay. Well, you remembered my favorite color. I didn't remember yours. I don't feel like a very good friend right now. But I'm glad that you feel it's okay. That makes me feel... I never chose my Twitch profile color. Oh, was it your homie? Because you used to be Dante and someone else, right? A green gorilla looked weirder than purple. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, my Peepcast stuff is all like Caucasian skin colored. It doesn't mean that's like my favorite color, I guess. It's just because it's supposed to look like a face. So that's why everything's that color. Are you vegan too? Are you asking me if I'm vegan? I'm freaking carnivore, bro. I've had like 3 steaks today, bro. Dante says, and also I didn't know I could change my orange name. Orange is my least favorite color. Well, do you have Turbo, Dante? I don't know if it's a Turbo thing. All I know is that at some point I got Twitch Turbo, and at some point after that I chose the color of my chat name. And Dante says to Luca, bro is actually the furthest. No, I don't have Turbo. See, I really like having Turbo, but I live on Twitch. I don't know how much you watch Twitch, Dante, but I freaking live on here, dude. I got a problem. I watch Elm, I watch Chio, I watch Arctic DM, I watch Lance from Saints, I watch Mr. Bean, I watch my own VODs. I have a bit of a Twitch problem, dude. There was someone I used to watch and they got banned. Dante, you haven't really been around for that whole arc, I guess. But yeah, there was someone I used to raid like after every stream and then he got banned. So, that sucks. Not much Twitch? You don't watch much Twitch? Lucas says, I was actually asking you. Oh, because the green thing. Look, Dante, we don't we don't want to draw too much attention to who it was. But it's nice to know that you know the lore. You know the lore. You've been around the block. You know the Peepers lore. You know what's been going on. I guess I was doing that for quite a while before that happened. It became a pretty regular thing. Pikachu and Pichu being cute. Dante says, I actually don't know the lore of the ban. Well, I mean, the main people's lore is that I used to raid him. The lore of the ban is that he used to stream under a different name. He played Gartic Phone, and I've only heard this like third hand. He played Gartic Phone, and someone that wasn't him drew some bad stuff. I think it was Nazi stuff, like swastikas and that kind of thing. And then he got banned. And then I think he made the subsequent account, even though he was banned, and just streamed anyway. And it's tough because he definitely shouldn't have done that, right? But the ban for someone else drawing the thing really sucks. Yeah, it wasn't him. It was someone else that drew it. So it seems a bit unfair. And then obviously the recent ban is for the ban evasion, I guess. Yeah, bit of a bummer. Dante says to Luca, I'm allergic to milk, so I eat a lot of vegan stuff, but nah, I'm not vegan. Yeah, true. I forgot well, did I forget about the milk allergy? As soon as you talked about it, I was like, oh yeah, he's got a milk allergy. Wait, you've lost me. Okay. So he was banned again. Yes, he got banned again for ban evading because he made another account and just streamed. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happened. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. But yeah, I don't know. I miss him. That's for sure. I miss him. And now I never know who to raid. I've been hunting around. But, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right? That's tough. Yeah, it is tough. Only, like, the blessing part meaning that that I'm raiding different people. He doesn't miss me, though. Dante, I do miss you. I told you that every night in bed I lie awake, I can't sleep, and I think about you and I dream about you, and I think I'm glad that he's having a good sleep cycle. You think that's funny, Dante? You think that's funny? That I can't sleep and I dream about you? You think that's funny? What is going on with you, Dante? Lucas says to Dante, yo, question, are you allergic to nuts too? I hear most people that are lactose intolerant are allergic to milk too. Lactose is in milk. What? Dante says, you're a silly individual, peep. I don't know why you would say that in response to me opening my heart and being honest and truthful with you. Dante says, nah, I'm not allergic to nuts. And I'm not lactose intolerant. Oh, it's just milk. That's so strange. So strange. Yeah, I don't know. Nuts, I meant. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Dude, I whipped out the dating apps today. First time in a minute. It's funny because all I used to do was I would like open up the dating apps. And I would... One of them, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, when my last girlfriend left me, well, we kind of mutually left each other. I mean, she basically... I became Christian and she said we could continue being in a relationship if I never talked about it. So I said that wasn't gonna work for me. I said that if she was gonna make me choose between her and God, I was gonna choose God. And then the relationship ended. And then I was very sad and alone and desperate, and I bought Bumble. I bought like a freaking lifetime Bumble Premium, so I can just see the people that like me. And so what I've done for a while now is I'll just look and see if I'm interested in any of the people that liked me, and I'm generally not. And then I just freaking put the apps away. But today I actually went for a swipe because I figured they're only really going to show me in the algo if I'm actively using the app. Dante says lactose intolerant means poopy toilet time. That is true. He says, I need an EpiPen, my throat swells. Yeah, it's a proper allergy. Oh goodness, he says, I guess in response to the app stuff. Lucas says, the same thing happens if I get stung by a bee. Oh, he's got the bee allergy. Dante says, you're never interested. Yep, same. That's how dating apps are. Yeah, I feel like it's never the people I'm actually interested in that match with me. I don't know, bro. I mean, the one thing that I would say about dating apps is that my previous girlfriend, I did meet her through a dating app, but I was recalling on stream last night that it was because I freaking left. I left the area that I live in, and that's why we matched. So maybe I just need to get out of here. I don't know, but now I have a band here and more work here and everything. I don't know. It says, it's unbelievable you don't get action. Well, I'm not looking for action. I'm looking for marriage, bro. You're an handsome dude that's decently tall who can play music and you're Christian. Well, I think, but here, there's not a lot of Christian people here, though. You got to keep in mind. Australia is less Christian, and then I'm in a very sort of liberal, not Christian part of Australia. So being Christian really limits the opportunities. Lucas says, not a fan of dating app. Yeah, they suck, but you get desperate and sad sometimes, bro. And that's what they want you to do. Dante says, marriage starts with action. It doesn't happen out of... But to me, action sounds like sex. When you say you should get a lot of action, to me... I don't know if that's a Australian versus American cultural difference, but if an Australian were to say, oh, this person gets a lot of action or doesn't get a lot of action, that would mean sex. I see. So, see, I think I'm more wholesome. Maybe that's what it is. I think I've only ever heard of action, and again, it could be an Australian thing. Only ever heard of action being used as a term for sex. And it doesn't start with that. It starts with a mutual connection, a mutual soul connection. There is going to be an ad in 55 seconds. If you don't want to see an ad, you know what to do. Dante says, that's not what I meant. I know it's not what you meant. I've realized that's not what you meant, but that's what it means here. But yes, I get that that's not what you meant. It starts with a spark, And how do you start a spark? With the action of lighting a flame. Don't you start a flame with a spark? Lucas says, as a Christian, what's your opinion on LGBTQ being stigmatized? Wow, getting into the heavy stuff. Yeah, I think a lot of Christians go wrong when they kind of hate LGBTQ people. I think that's obvious. It's obviously not Christian to hate people or think those people are less valuable or something like that. I do believe it's a sin to have homosexual sex. That's what I believe. But I you know, you guys might have noticed I don't just randomly bring that up for no reason or try and force that belief on anyone else. But I believe the Bible. I believe that's what it says. But I have homosexual friends. I have trans friends. I love everyone. And that's what really matters. Dante says, boom, got him. Dante says to Luca, oh goodness, that will leave like half the audience. Luca says, it's just an opinion at the end of the day. It's true. Dante says, yeah, fair. Honestly, I've been really surprised at how mature people are and how chill people are and how much people are able to disagree on stuff but still get along and hang out. And I feel like that's what actually matters. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I've got homosexual friends and trans friends, and I think that's the only appropriate way to respond. I think if you were gonna if you think, I don't know, if you're gonna not be friends with someone because they sin, then you couldn't be friends with anyone. I'll put it that way. Lucas says, oh, wait, did my chat jump up? It did. Dante says, I mean, I'm Christian, just a bit different in slight belief with peepers. Well, I'd be curious to know what your difference is, Dante. I'm curious. Because I feel like we haven't talked about it heaps. I remember one time we were on a Discord call and you said that you were a believer, and I was like, whoa, I didn't even know that. I had no idea. Dante says, not right now, I'm sleepy. Yeah, when you're sleepy is not the best time to get into extremely complex and nuanced philosophical discussion and political hot button issues, contentious issues, controversial issues. Lucas says, I was raised a Christian, but in my early 20s, my relationship with the religion got a bit strained. Yeah, that's a common experience, I would say, Luca. I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, sometimes it's like intense. It's all about sort of intense indoctrination. You have to do this and you have to do that and you can't do this. And if you do this, you're not good enough or whatever. You have to do this to be good enough. And I'm not going to lie, I sort of became Christian. I got a little bit like that. I got really into just like going to church all the time. I used to go to like 3 different churches every Sunday. I used to go to church on like a Saturday and then go to like 2 other churches on a Sunday. And like work like multiple Christian jobs, like 3 different Christian jobs, and be like, I'm the best. But I don't know. I think with time I realized that I've never really liked institutions. Because I feel like they just give all the power to whoever's at the top, and it's not always the best person at the top. Not that I had any like horrific experiences at any of my churches or any of my Christian workplaces. Like nothing horrible happened, but things happened where I was like, yeah, this isn't the like perfect place that I thought it was, and it didn't feel like all the time, effort, and energy that I was putting into those places was necessarily worth it. I'll put it that way. And that's one of the big reasons I actually haven't been going to church for probably about 3 months, probably about as long as I've been streaming regularly. I feel like I replaced it with streaming, and I feel like a lot of Christians would feel like that's a really bad thing. And I have friends that feel that way, but I don't know, man. I just felt like I was putting a lot of time and effort into stuff that was benefiting institutions and not benefiting myself that much in the long term. And I don't know, I guess I'm trying to build my own little something over here. And yeah, I still believe, and I still want to do good, and I still pray, and I still want to be a force for good and for the Lord, and to have positive influence on people. But I actually feel like this is a more effective way of doing it, to be honest. I think it can be good. I think it's good for a Christian to go hang out with a bunch of Christians, but I don't know if it's definitely not the best way to bring other people to know and love God, I feel like. To go and hang out with a bunch of people that already know and love God, you know? I'd rather be out there meeting people and making friends and having a positive influence. But I'm guessing Dante's fallen asleep, perhaps. Luca says that's cool. I'm glad you feel that way, Luca. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm starting to get a little bit warm. I don't even have my heating on, which is weird. I didn't even turn my heating on. It must be less cold tonight. But every night I've gotten home, it's been freezing. And I've been desperate to turn the heating on. I guess I'm dressed pretty warmly. But yeah, no heating on. It's kind of wild for me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I can see why you would kind of walk away from the whole organized religion thing, Luca. Relationship. But I think sometimes where we go wrong, because like I said, I've had like suboptimal experiences with Christian institutions. But I think it's important not to let that, and even like just Christian individuals and stuff, and people sort of misusing the beliefs and stuff. I think it's good not to let that interrupt your relationship with God. I don't know if you still believe, Luca, but I think it's still good to have that relationship with God, and that can be a personal thing. Yeah, I don't know. And people get funny about, you know, some people feel like that can take whatever shape you want, and you don't really have to do anything, and you just come up with your own whatever you believe, whatever you think and feel. And I think that's a bit off track, but I also think on the other end of the spectrum, people get a bit too, you have to go to church every week, you have to go to your Bible study every week, you have to do this, this, and this, and this. And I was like that, and now I'm just a little bit like, I don't feel like I have to do any of that stuff. And my relationship with God is pretty much between me and God. Lucas says, institutions to me seem to push their doctrine more than what the actual Bible says. I mean, that's definitely true of some institutions. I don't know which one you were in, but from what I can tell, it seems like the Catholics have a lot of their own stuff that they've just sort of come up with and push. And I feel like a lot of denominations just get really focused on whatever it is that makes their denomination different to the other ones. Lucas says, right now I still pray, but my faith is more personal than going to church every day. Yeah, so it sounds like we're in a pretty similar place, Luca. But I think that's good. I would say keep praying. Keep praying. I think that's what really matters. I would like to get back to going to church. I just feel like I'm in a very particular phase of my life, and I also just feel really busy with the stuff I'm already doing, and I don't know. I think I was very hopeful that I would meet like a nice young lady at church, and I feel like that didn't happen after like 3 years or whatever, and it's like, well, and should that even be the reason that I want to go? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of stuff I gotta work through. But, yeah, I don't know. I need more water. I'm getting thirsty tonight. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'll pass on the church stuff. I mean, they're not all churches are created equally, right? I definitely had some really good experiences with church, I would say even mostly like super positive experiences, but I don't know. I've been traumatized. I'm sorry to hear that. Luca. That sucks. And unfortunately, that's true for a lot of people. Yeah, it sucks. And it's, I don't know. People talk about whether God's allowing that to happen or what the situation is there. I think a lot of stuff happens to ensure that we're not putting our faith in the wrong place, though. And I think a lot of people think that the institutions are going to save them and that they just have to attend the institution every week, and that's what matters. But I reckon there's probably plenty of people attending a church, and I think it used to be probably a lot worse when Christianity was like the fashionable thing and everyone just did it and sort of went to churches. But there's probably still people that attend church and like wouldn't actually be like saved or whatever, and I reckon there's probably plenty of people that don't attend and would be saved. I think it's good to attend, but like in your situation where you've got trauma, I can see why you wouldn't, and I don't think it's a requirement. I mean, I think we're definitely meant to have fellowship with other Christians, and I think that can kind of take whatever shape you want it to take, to be honest. And I mean, if we're both Christians sitting here right now talking to each other about it, that's fellowship. We're in fellowship right now, my brother. Put my phone on charge. Yeah, and I think that's valuable, and I think church works better for some people than other people as well. It's a very specific experience, you know. Walk in, sit down, shut up, listen, stand up, sing song, shut down, shut up, sit down, shut up, listen, stand up, sing song, sit down, shut up, listen. And then it's like, depending on what church you go to, then there's suddenly a lot of people talking to each other. I just don't know that it works for everyone. I think it worked for me because I'm an extrovert, but I almost felt like I had an addiction. I think I had a socializing addiction, and so I just went to church as much as I possibly could, and I signed up for like every ministry that I could. And then I would just kind of burn myself out on them. I think it's the point where I'd run late to stuff, and then it'd be like, oh, you're late. And it's like, well, I am doing it all for free, and right now maybe I don't even want to be here that bad, so maybe I won't do any of this stuff. And then now we are where we are. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think I'll always feel like there's more value in like individual friendships. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people I don't talk to anymore just because I don't go to church with them anymore. And it's not like I'm going to any effort to not talk to them. I don't think they're necessarily going to any effort to not talk to me, but I just think the deep, meaningful relationships aren't formed for 1 hour on a Sunday. I think it's like you have individuals that connect with each other. I don't know. That harp sounded so out of place, but it is part of the song. Yeah, I don't know. We kind of got surprisingly deep, Luca. We got surprisingly deep. But you did ask a big question. Which I'm kind of always down for big questions. I kind of like big, deep questions like that. I like the meaningful stuff. Yeah, I don't even know. Probably keep streaming for a bit. I don't feel like I could go to bed yet. I just don't really know what to do. Because chat was popping, but I guess people have sort of gone to sleep mostly. Lucas says, yeah, I'm bipolar like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Luca. I don't know what to do, but I like being here. I like talking. Finn says, I just woke up. So Finn, what? Wait. I always get so confused when people, they're awake at like the start of the stream and then they say they just woke up. I wish I could see timestamps in the chat. It doesn't look like the chat goes back far enough for me to see when your last chat was, Luke. Finn, sorry. But how long were you asleep? Because you were here. The stream's only gone for 2.5 hours. Did you sleep for like 1 hour and then come back? Or an hour and a half? Then come back? And you're in Puerto Rico? Says, I got home at around 2 a.m. So it's been hectic. Haha. What is Puerto Rico? The time in Puerto Rico. Time in Puerto Rico. Oh, I didn't spell it right. P-U-E-R. Oh, 6:36 a.m. Okay. True and fair, true and fair. Ay, ay, ay. Finn says, hey, Luca. Luca says, how's it going? To Finn. That's nice. It's always nice when people just greet each other and talk to each other. It's always nice. I'm just going to be drinking lots of water. I don't know why I'm so thirsty. I did make a very salty steak, so that could be... Maybe I'm just making up for all that salt. Yeah, life, huh? I don't know. I like the idea of getting back to church at some point. And Finn, we were talking about church. Luca and I were talking about how we believe and we pray, but we haven't been going to church. Finn says to Luca, I saw Shin Godzilla with a friend at the theater yesterday. Great flick. Shin Godzilla. I didn't even know about this one. I heard Godzilla -1 was really good. Which one is Shin Godzilla? Is that even newer again? Shin Godzilla. Oh, 2016. That's the 2016 one. Oh, that's the actual Japanese one? True. Because I think there was another one around that time with like Bryan Cranston that wasn't that good, right? But yeah, I heard that Godzilla -1 was really good. But I haven't seen it. It was co-directed by the director of Evangelion, or is it Evangelion? See, the drama was incredible. So the drama was incredible. There you go. That sounds kind of good, dude. That sounds kind of good. Are you like a Godzilla fan? -1 is the sequel to Shin. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know -1 was a sequel to Shin. And I'm glad you told me that, because I might have just gone and watched -1 without watching Shin. So there you go. Lucas says, how was it? Finn says, I am now. There you go. I didn't know they had witches in Pokemon. Is that a thing? Or is this lore inaccurate? Is this Pokemon heresy right here? Her hat looks like a Pringle. Look at the shape of that. Pringle shaped witch hat. Witch's hat, mate. I was thinking about playing Battlefield 6. Yo, Diamond Steve with the raid. Thanks for the raid, Steve. How are you, Steve? Diamond Steve says, yo, yo. Yo, yo, what up, my Glip Glops? Thank you for the raid, Steve. Thank you for the raid. How are you, Steve? How was the stream? Were you playing League? What did you get up to? Did you have a good stream? How was it? And Finn says, Raiders, Raiders. Diamond Steve says, just chilling, about to head to bed, tired as. Usually Steve will say frick or fudge or something like that rather than just using the stars. Because I feel like using the stars is almost the same as just actually swearing. Yeah, it must be late for you, Steve. Must be late for you, dude. What do we got here? I was thinking about playing some BF6. I do enjoy Battlefield 6. The thing is, I have a habit of booting up Battlefield 6 when I'm already tired and then just staying up later playing it. What's going on? But it does seem like the Battlefield category isn't popping off like it was. Like when that beta first came out, the Battlefield category was the biggest category. Like it surpassed Just Chatting. Whereas now Just Chatting's at 158,000 viewers. And Battlefield's down to only 63,000 viewers, guys. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing it. I think, Steve, I will delete that message because it does just feel like it's just is swearing. But yeah, you're not in trouble or anything. We just in the future will prefer a fudge or a frick or something. Finn says the Yankoids are still asleep. Well, some of them are still awake. Lucas says, gotta rush somewhere, people. Catch you later. Thank you very much for your service, Luca. Thanks for being here. I look forward to seeing you in the next stream. And I hope you have a wonderful time. And whatever you're rushing off to do goes really well. It was nice to get a little deep. Talk about some meaningful stuff. Yeah, and I'm sure I'll see you soon. Finn says, nah, I mean, BF6 is down because Americans are sleeping. Oh, interesting. So you think when Americans are awake, then BF6 pops off, huh? That's interesting. So you think it's the Americans are particularly interested in Battlefield? That kind of makes sense. It's very like American coded. It's very American military. Lucas says definitely. I guess so. And then it's funny because in Australia, I feel like we're not that different. In Australia, we like our Call of Duty and our Battlefield and our bloody, yeah, get your guns out, mate. We just can't own them. You can have a pistol if you're in a pistol club. Is kind of the vibe here. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should stream Battlefield during the day. I could even end this stream earlier in the hopes that I can do one tomorrow, but it does seem like we're gonna do something. We're gonna probably do a band thing tomorrow. I don't know. I wonder if I'm better off doing band stuff in the evening and streaming in the morning and then having my American homies here. I don't know. It's hard because you can't please everyone, unfortunately. Oh wow, they made a promotion. They made a promotional video for the band. There you go. They made a promotional video for the band. I think I'm almost glad I'm not in it. I don't know. I feel like we should be making better videos and stuff, but it just, at the moment, we just need to know all the songs and stuff like that. You know? You need to know all the songs, be ready to perform them, I feel like. It's been a pretty chill stream. I don't mind it being really chill, to be honest. It does make me... It says, do you guys book sets? Yeah, we do have gigs booked. So we haven't played anything since I joined the band. We haven't done any gigs since I joined. But the plan is to be doing gigs. I'm going to start doing gigs in like a week or so. And they're going to be coming kind of thick and fast. That's what the promotional video was. It was... It's letting people know what all our gigs are, where they are, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I do feel kind of tired. It's been a kind of chill stream. It was nice having Dante in here for a bit there. It was nice having Luca as well, I think. And it's nice to have you here too, Finn.
In the writer's room, I had somebody
Yo!
using him to look at people as they walked
Tantrum?
down below.
Tater Tantrum.
I'd stand right
Thanks
in
for the
window,
follow, Tater
staring at
Tantrum.
people walk towards us. And I did that for 6 months.
Maybe I should make the text on the follow alert bigger. Tater Tantrum. Yo, W stream, let's go.
What he's doing, but it's
Thank you for the follow, Tater Tantrum. Welcome in, Tater Tantrum. Welcome in. How are you? What's going on with you, Tater Tantrum? And how did you find the stream, Tater Tantrum? That's the $1 million question. I was actually just feeling like, oh gee, this stream's feeling a little bit chill. It's feeling like there's not enough people or whatever. Maybe I should be streaming in the morning so the American people are watching. But Tater Tantrum, you've just brightened up everyone's day here in the Peepcast stream. Tater Tantrum. Tater Tantrum. Looks like you stream NBA 2K. So if anyone likes NBA 2K, they should go follow Tater Tantrum for the NBA 2K streams. There you go. NBA 2K25. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Tater doesn't actually want to chat, maybe. So maybe it is, maybe things are just winding. Winding. We're winding. I'm winding. Look at me winding. I'm winding. You know, I've mentioned this before, but someone did tell me once that there's not that much point rating female streamers, which is an interesting thing to say. Interesting thing to say. Is this even where I want to be? Is this where I want to be? Do. Man, there are so many Guna streamers though. What are they gonna do about all the Guna streamers? Perfect timing on that mute. Ben says you could raid into your future wife's stream for all you know, but Chio isn't live, so... Alright, that was a funny joke. Funny joke from Peepers, Mr. Peepers. I guess so. I don't know. I guess it's just because someone I look up to said there's no point rating female streamers. It's funny because I feel like I would raid Chio. I feel like it feels different when you actually have a connection. When there is a connection there, like I feel like she would appreciate it. But I just feel like some random streamer probably wouldn't appreciate it that much. I don't know. Tribe is being summoned. Oh, I'm curious. We'll have a look at some. We'll see what's out there. We'll see what's happening, right? We'll see what tribe is being summoned is all about. For a second, I was worried the stream wasn't even gonna load, like that IRL streamer we rated.
On a serious note, can someone just go to TikTok?
That's just not the vibe. The music was not the vibe. Just was not the vibe. Be cozy now. That might be the vibe.
The tease, and I taught Vaughn everything. And, like, I don't know how I feel about
I don't know who he's on a call with, but their audio is not very good, bro. I also feel like it's the best time to raid someone is not really when they're on a Discord call. Because they probably just want to like be locked in on the call Rather than be like, yo, Peepcast, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream? How was your stream? What did you do? What did you stream? Did you have a good stream? What did you do? I don't know why I'm making fun of people for just responding well to a raid. I don't know. Time says you could be raiding into your future wife's stream for all you know. Welcome in. Time goes to waste. Welcome in, Time. Nice to have you here. How are you? I do like to do the Lance impersonation more precisely for Time specifically. Finn says, I watch debates all the time and I hate when the host interrupts to thank a dono. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's funny because, like, sometimes when you watch a massive streamer and they don't acknowledge it, it's like, oh, wow, they just don't even acknowledge getting, like, 50 gifted subs. But for some people, it kind of works better not to make a big deal out of it. Time says, I just woke up to feed the cats, going back to bed in a bit. Fair enough, Time. Fair enough. How are you, Pweep? I'm a little tired. I've been kind of saying that all stream. I pretty much spent the day doing band practice, got home, freaking flicked on starting as soon as I got home, whipped up a steak. As soon as it was done, went live. As in, I was actually on the stream instead of being starting soon. For Skin, Finn says, hey, Time. Time says, hey, Finn. Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm tired. It's been a more of a low-key stream, I guess. I mean, chat has been nice and active, I feel like. We've had some good vibes. Wow, the Guna streamers are very real. Oil massage, guys. That's crazy. How do you find a good just chatting stream that's not a Guna stream? That's what I want to know. Time says, nice little community you got here, Pweep. Well, thank you for saying so, Time. Speaking of nice little community, welcome in, Nomsky. Welcome in. Thank you for being here, Nomsky. How are you? It's nice to have you here. Kind of missed you a little bit, Nomsky. I think, was it last stream where you kind of showed up right as I was raiding someone? That felt like a bit of a shame, but it was nice to see your name pop up. Time says, oh wow, Nomsky is here too. Nomsky says, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while since we've like actually hung out, I feel like. Because was that last night where you showed up but I was raiding? And you were just like, hi, bye, peep. Hi, bye, peep. And then I feel like it's been a while in between as well. Finn says, Twitch should implement an NSFW filter. Yeah, I would like to just be able to filter out all the gooning streams. Nomsky says, I think there's been a few streams between TBH. Yeah, maybe. They all kind of blend together in my mind. Maybe you showed up at the end of the Tall Man Run stream, maybe. Which was like, there was a stream in between this stream and that stream, I think. Finn says, maybe even a VTuber filter. I would love a VTuber filter for my pleasure. I would like to be able to not see the VTubers and just see the real streamers. I'm discriminating. Time says they do have one. Nomsky says, haven't been on Twitch since I played WoW last. Ooh, how long has that been? Time says VTuber for sure. Yeah, that would be nice. Been 5 days, I see. Wow, 5 days no Twitch. It'd probably be good for me to do that, but I don't know if I can do that, to be honest. We graft stones doesn't seem like the right vibe. Bored AF, let's do something fun. Shirtless guy? I don't really want to raid a shirtless guy, I'll be honest with you. I don't want to raid anyone that's shirtless, to be honest. Me? Just hanging around. Looks like he's listening to Spotify. Sometimes I click more out of curiosity. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Ideally, someone that's actually just talking to the chat is the idea. The guy we raided last night I thought was great, right? Finn? He was great. Joey, ASAP Joey, I thought he was great. So that was good. And you did a great job, Finn. It was sort of right after I found that guy that you were like, dude, just freaking raid someone. And then I was like, oh, all right. And then I raided him, and it was the right guy to raid. Time says, wish you could filter out VTubers, furries, and Christians. Guys named Christian. They're bad news. Okay, Time. Okay. I was gonna say, like, how dare you lump Christians in with VTubers and furries, bro? See what I did there? Yeah, you're very smart, Time. That's called comedy. Well, look. I guess it was a well-structured joke. I'll say it was a well-structured joke. Nomsky's laughing, and I'd probably be laughing too if I didn't feel personally attacked. No, that's okay. Time says, I made a funny. Nomsky laughed. Yes, you made a funny, bro. You made a funny. Congratulations, Time. You deserve all the pats on the back. Finn says, furries rise when Zootopia 2 comes out. The furries will rise when Zootopia 2 comes out, yeah. That's just, the world we live in is a little bit sad, guys. It's a little bit of a sad world. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's gooning to Twitch instead of getting married. Time says, I'll personally attack you in bed tonight when we cuddle and discuss how our days went. Are you... Well, I mean, Time... You're in the United States, I'm in Australia, and that's the only reason we won't be cuddling in bed tonight. Nomsky says, I will try and be in a good mood always. I try and be in a good mood always. Well, that's good, Nomsky. Appreciate that. I feel like you do bring positive energy to the stream. We appreciate that about you. That water bottle's empty, so that was... I just feel like I got freaking scammed just now. Just looks like every stream is a gooning stream, guys. What a world we live in. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, red roses too. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a naked lady. I didn't see a naked lady. I saw a lot of, like, bikini ladies, I guess. I didn't see any naked ones, though. Time says, always try to be in a good mood. I don't follow my own advice, though. Yeah, Time, I saw in Lance's chat that you were like, Lance, we need to talk about something serious. They've broken, they've hit building 7. They've hit the second tower. Was kind of the energy that you were hitting Lance with in that moment. Yeah. If I did a bikini stream, I'd get banned immediately. It's not fair. Why would you get banned? You just have to sit in a hot tub or something. Sit in a hot tub or a kiddie pool or something. And be like, pool stream, guys. I'm in a pool, guys. And if Hassan did it, he would be praised, lauded, and venerated. Nomsky says, I already have a warning for nothing. What was your warning for? Let's get into the nitty-gritty, Nomsky. Why did you get a warning? Time says, stupid sexy Hassan. I'm assuming a reference to stupid sexy Flanders. Finn says, my guy. Who's your guy and why? Is Time your guy because of his Simpsons reference? Ha ha, he says. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. My guy ×2. Nomsky says, I was wearing a hoodie. Someone reported me for nudity. It's great. I love trolls. Wait, so did they not even check that stuff? Like, you got reported for nudity. I'm sounding real classy. Nudity. That guy said following for Facebook, Emma. Perhaps, why are you responding to that message? You must have hit respond a while ago. Pap says, are we rating out already? I mean, honestly, I was only looking at it because chat wasn't popping off. And it's, okay, it seems like it's popping off. Okay, if you guys are popping off, then we can stream. Okay. Time says, oh yeah, I have to talk to Lance. It's so stupid. Flying Paprika says, oops. Nomsky says, arms pushed up showed too much skin apparently. So you showed like what? A majority of your boobs or something? Like you did like a oh, and they like went oh. But I thought you could do that as long as you didn't show nips. Pap says, I don't know, WTF happened. I saved the stream. Can I get a shout out? Thanks. Nomsky said, showed my wrists and face. Weird. Well, have you saved the stream? Have you saved the stream? The chat's not raging. A shout out. Should I give you a shout out, Pap? I would shout you out. Join us in following Nomsky. Well, Nomsky does stream. So that's valid. It's popping off. We out cheer. Well, Nomsky, that's basically swearing just without one of the letters. Pap says, no, I don't stream Lamau. Finn says, oh, we ragin'. We ragin'? Yeah. Time, were you there? Were you there at the end of Lance's stream? Nomsky says, please do not shout me out here. Why not, Nomsky? You're afraid my fans are going to be bad for your stream somehow? It wasn't me, by the way. I didn't do the shout out, by the way. Time says we ragin'. Pap says, when are we watching a full-length trailer? For what? For Nomsky's channel? Time says, at Nomsky. Sorry, Chief. Oh, Time, did you shouted out Nomsky. Nomsky says, I am still traumatized from joining your Discord. I'm sorry to hear that, Nomsky. You know, Nomsky, you can tell me who it was and I can say something to them. If I don't know who it was, then there's nothing I can do. And are you really traumatized? Didn't you have just like 3 dudes add you on Discord? Is that really traumatizing? I'd love to have 3 women add me on Discord. But I guess that's the difference, isn't it? The different experience of the different genders, huh? Different vibe. Different vibe. Nomsky says, it's okay, you didn't know. Pap says, entertainment. Time says, yes, I was there at the end, I'm sorry. Pap says, movies. Finn says, oh. Time says, tell us now, so we can humiliate them. Nomsky says, I only have a screenshot of 1, but the first 3 I didn't take a screenshot of. That's kind of fair, you deleted them. I tend not to delete my friend requests on Discord. I kind of don't mind just letting them pile up. And Nomsky says, yes, can we watch a movie? Yeah, I feel like you guys are asking a lot. Time says, I had someone from chat add me on Instagram. I'm annoyed about that. Yeah, I get that. You don't have to. You could private your account. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know. Guys, should we pull up the Discord and ask Nomsky, was it this guy? Was it this guy? Should we do that? Pap says, what if we watched a 10 to 20-year-old movie? That doesn't make it okay. It's also 9 p.m. for me and I'm kind of tired, so I'm not up for a film. Time says, it ties into talking about Lance thing. My account is private. Okay, alright. Look, things happen. Things happen in the Lance community. What can I say? There's always something happening in the Lance community. Nomsky said, oh, hang on. Paprika says, you're using matcha Pokemon without permission. It's different. I've never had a copyright strike for matcha Pokemon. Nomsky says, I relate to this. I have a guy who's a bit weird in my stream, and he's now in my IG DMs, not getting a hint when not responded to. Just block him on Instagram. Finn says, Nintendo has no authority in the land down under. I think it's because it's like video game music. I never get strikes for video game music. It's also, this version isn't put out by Nintendo, you know? And don't people make this kind of like video game remix music so that people play it on streams? Time says, that's so weird and creepy. She says, Peep, did you know the Pokemon movies are free to watch on YouTube now? Does that mean that they're free to stream though? Time says, Peep doesn't even have me on Instagram, and we're literally in love. She says, so creepy, ahaha. But I feel bad for blocking people. Well, I don't know, bruh. I'm not even that concerned about doing that. I just like, if people don't get hints, if people want to push your boundaries, you have to make those boundaries more intense. Finn says, having a viewer reach out to your other socials unpromoted is weird. Yeah, I feel like it's one thing if it's like your streaming Instagram, but if it's like your personal Instagram, I think that's pretty weird. Time says exactly. Paprika says, actually, yes, the movies on YouTube are legal. To stream? To stream? What the heck? What the heck? Also, I feel like I'd be so much more down for something like that if we did one of those pizza nights or something. But everything would be closed here, I think. Pap says... Onomsky says, I will share what he's written and translate it. Yo, let's go. Time says, Pap isn't a lawyer. Not actual legal advice, but we should also listen to Pap. Okay, dude. Pap says, yeah, I remember a homie looked into this before. Okay, Pap. Mr. Nothing's copyright infringement. We just want you to watch TV and movies all the time. Finn says, hell, they're legal to sell if you want to. Okay, guys. See, this is what happens, and then I become unable to trust the things that you say when you all lie to me like this. You know, I thought about making a chat rule that we're not allowed to lie. Time says, Peep should be more like Pap. So I should stop streaming? Because that would make me more like Pap. Oh, so he said we should be more like Pap. We should be more like Pap. Pap says, I said you wouldn't get a strike. Not that it was legal. Well, I didn't want to do illegal stuff. Time says, what a community for once. We're not toxic. Well, it all does feel pretty nice and wholesome apart from the constant trying to convince me to break copyright law. Time says, if you had a rule for not lying, I'd never come in here. But you don't lie, Time. You don't lie. You just tell the truth. Right, Time? Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I hesitate to bring in the not lying rule is because a lot of the times jokes are lies, right? And she says, so we watching Pokemon? It's part of my jokes. I know, exactly. And so I'd have to be like, jokes are okay, but then people would lie to my face and they go, it's a joke. Which is annoying. So... Pokemon movies, it's just not legal though. It's not legal to do, guys. It's not legal to do. Also, how come I never see you guys in Emilio's stream anymore? Also, I've been wondering that for a while. Time says, what if I timed you out for 84,500 seconds? Timed me out of my own stream? The free movies are legal. The free movies are legal? Okay, let me Google it. Let me Google it, guys. I caught Emilio in a rough stream once. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Finn. She says, movie peep. Who the heck is Emilio? Emilio is one of our favorite streamers. You know about this? And I'm just sad because I've been checking out Emilio and Nomsky and Pap, who are Emilio's mods, haven't been there the past few times I stopped by. Emilio's live. He's like, I think he's the first streamer I ever collaborated with. Time says, not my favorite streamer. I don't know who that is. Wow, well, he might be. It's just now he just plays CSGO all the time, which I guess is fine, but I'm just not really into CSGO. Can I legally stream the... He's from New Zealand, ew? Do we love our New Zealander friends? What are you talking about, Time? Are you being racist? Are you gonna have to get in trouble for racism? Pap says, if you're Giga concerned, you can do Amazon Prime Watch Party. Wait, but that means everyone has to have Amazon Prime, right? Finn says, Pappy? To Nomsky. What? I'm so confused. Oh, because Nomsky said, I never get to annoy Pappy anymore because you don't have React content regularly. Yeah, that's fair. I like React content. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy watching it. I just don't know what to... This is a wild emote? Is that wild? That's fine. Time says, hashtag let Nomsky annoy us. Pap says, it does, yes, peep. I don't even remember what that's in response to. Pap says, oh my goodness. Holes is on YouTube for free. I swear that movie's not even that good. Nomsky... Pap says, Holes. Nomsky says, what is Holes? Pap says, any Holes enthusiast? I'm not really an enthusiast. We had to watch it at school, which I feel like ruins just about any film. You know, Stanley Yalnites and all that. Finn says, it's from Berserk, I think. Time says, show Holes. Okay, buddy. Pap says, what? What? 2003 with Shia. Oh yeah, it's Shia LaBeouf, huh? Time says, see what I did there? Another comedy take from Time. Okay, bro. Pap says, rare peep L. Well, at least they're rare. Pap, I'm glad that with me the L's are rare. Is there a reason you guys aren't saying why you're not watching Emilio? What's going on? Is it because he's not doing the he's not really doing reacting stuff lately? Because I stop in there. I rated him a little while back and I was like, bruh, do you do the freaking do you do the reality TV reacts anymore? And he's like, I have nothing to react to. Time, you know who Emilio is now. I shouted him out. You looked him up. You know who he is. Okay. Finn says, all of my emotes are from Gifted's Even Peeps. Oh, Finn, I didn't even realize you were gifted. Sometimes I forget whose subs are gifted. Nomsky says, I am uncultured. Sorry, Pappy. Pap says, I'm here for reacts. And Finn just says, I won't say. You won't say what? So can I legally stream the Pokemon? If we did the Amazon Prime thing, who here has Amazon Prime? One in chat if you have Amazon Prime, even. I think I have it. Okay. Oh, gee, we got 3 ones. Finn, do you have Amazon Prime Video? I wouldn't want to leave Finn behind in the dust. You know what I mean? Two if you don't have Amazon Prime. Oh, guys, we can't leave Finn out like that. Can't just leave Finn out like that. What do you got here, Time? Orange Cassidy at his best, must watch. Is anyone else into wrestling or is it just Time? He's rocking the baby. He's really rocking the baby there. React. I love Bella Twins. Just Time. Only Time's into wrestling. Wrestling is not my vibe. What was that? He rocked him to sleep? Guys, this is entertainment, but I won't yuck your yum. He just rocked him to sleep and put him to sleep. Is he sucking his thumb? This is quality content. Even if I'm a side sleeper too. Guys, I don't understand how people don't like wrestling. And they say it's fake. This is what I'm saying, Time. They wouldn't fake him falling asleep like that. Wait, is he sleep wrestling? Is that a sleep wrestling? What is that move? This is amazing, guys. Oh? Wait, why isn't the match over? The guy's lying on the ground with both shoulders on the ground. Shouldn't the match be over? Shouldn't they just like count to 3 and it's over? I have so many more clips like these. Guys. Wait, this is a Twitch thing? He's got a pillow and a blanket? He has to be pinned to lose. Nomsky says, I only love the Bella twins because my twin pressured me to watch wrestling because she loves watching it. You have a twin? Or do you just mean friend? And it's easy since they're retired, so I don't have to follow matches anymore. Aha. Oh, he kissed him to sleep. So, okay, he's holding him. 1, 2. Why won't he count 3? What's happening? Oh, the ref's falling asleep, I think. Or he's going to sneeze. The ref was going to sneeze. This is... Whoa, that was a 10 out of 10. Guys, if you weren't entertained by that, I don't know what's going on for you. Can I legally stream the Pokemon movies that were released on YouTube on my Twitch if I react? Ref should be fired low-key. Yeah, because of the sneeze. Ref shouldn't be allowed to sneeze. How do so many streamers react to YouTube videos? No, streaming Pokemon movies on Twitch, even with a reaction, is generally not legal without permission. It's not legal without permission, guys. I saw AboBox was streaming just like public domain movies, but the movie looked really bad. So that kind of detracts. Perhaps says, wait, look at this. Toonami, watch parties. This could be big tech. Watch parties for Twitch. Get the Chrome extension. Is this, I'm curious. Is this something that everyone can do? This extension is no longer available because it doesn't follow the best practices for Chrome extensions, Paprika. It doesn't follow the best practices for Chrome extensions. I don't know if you saw that. Try the other button. This extension is no longer available because it doesn't follow the best practices for Chrome extensions, guys. If you get sued, we'd represent you. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that to be true. I wouldn't mind watching something, and I definitely... Oh, it's too late for me to get a pizza for sure. It's got to be too late. Perhaps says re. Chrome extensions are phasing out by 2028 or something like that, by the way. Wow. That's cooked. I feel like I have to use Chrome because so many Twitch features don't work if I don't use Chrome.
He's leaving.
I switched to Firefox. WPAP. You know, I switched to Firefox, but then my Twitch clips stopped working. I would hit Alt-X and then the clips would die. Finn says, this guy's so scared of getting sued by a multi-billion-dollar company. Yeah, that's a scary thing. And I also don't even like the idea of going against the Twitch terms of service because, I mean, guys, this is all happening on Twitch. There is going to be an ad in 55 seconds. It's going to go for like 3 minutes. You guys can have a stretch, have a snack, grab a drink. What have we got here? Pap says, well, Zen, a modified Firefox. Zen, a modified Firefox. Does that mean it works properly with Twitch? Does that mean I can knock on people's streams? Does that mean I can take clips and they won't just randomly die and stop working? Time says, he can't hit a woman. Wait. Nomsky said, Pap, slap me. Guys, we have like 4 people in chat and 3 of them are purple, guys. Nomsky says, Pap, slap me like that. I thought you only wanted Emilio to slap you and do stuff like that to you. Now it's extended to Pap. Pap just says, bet. Actually, no, I have seen you talk this way to Pap before. Nomsky has a laugh. Time says, Chuck Taylor would never. Pap says, I guess you'd have to stream it on Twitch, but you react on Twitch. I don't know what you mean by that. I guess you'd have to stream it on Twitch, but you react on Twitch. You know, some people will stream a movie by just having the time code on screen, and then people can load up the movie for themselves. So that we could look into doing that. Pap says, I'm the first mod. Hang on. The first mod? Are you Emilio's first mod? Because you're not my first mod. Or... Wait, were you the first person modded after Celery? Time says, everyone be purple. No, it's terrible. I'll misread who's saying the chats and I'll read them in the wrong order. Pep says, I'm not changing. Time says, I'm Peep's lover. Not changing my color. Why are we also attached to purple? Pep says, stream on Discord. Yeah, I could. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Was that? Would that be breaking like Discord terms of service though? And then Pap just says, "I'm tired." Finn went purple. Finn, what the heck? Time says yes. It's purple chat. Nomsky says, "Yeah, I'll come in for Discord stream if Pappy talks." Oh yeah, if you could screen cap the timestamp, that could work. So that's not Discord TOS. And what do we want to watch? What is it that we want to watch so badly? Because I guess we could watch like almost anything. I think I have some movies. Something good. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. We'll watch something good. You know, it would really make Celery angry if we watched Akira, so we're not going to watch Akira. We'll have to wait for a time when Celery's here to watch Akira. But Celery also might be mad because I timed him out last night because he was arguing with me about the chat rules. He was just like trying to tell me that I needed to give up on the swearing rule, and I was like, well, the only person being a problem right now is you. So I'm just going to time you out. See how Nomsky says sorry and then corrects herself? That's all I'm really asking for. Yeah. Pap says that could work. That's not Discord TOS. Something good. Nomsky says sorry. Holy poop. You have a lot of poop on your PC. I do. Time says, so you're in this... So in this clip, Candice LeRae slapped Chuck Taylor, and Chuck Taylor left because he can't hit a woman. Ah, and then Finn just said poopcast.
Chuck Taylor has walked on this match. She does the violence party. I don't think it's really a violence party. It's more like a
Seems like a violence party. Oh, let's go. This is entertainment, guys. This is actual entertainment. So cool, man.
He looks like Nicole Bass. He's putting on
And this is really progressive as well.
Oh no. Oh
I love when they don't land on the person.
He has no, that's a violent party. He has no problem hitting a woman now that he's dressed like one.
The violent soiree by Chuck Taylor.
When did this happen?
Kentucky Mudhole and Candice LeRae.
He looked at me just now and I did not like it. It's so creepy.
He's got her up for
the Razor's Edge.
For the Blue Thunder or the Black Tiger.
Oh, brother.
Charlie makes a save.
I mean, sister. Early 2000s? Yeah. I don't know if you'd get away with that one today. You'd probably get in a lot of trouble for that one today. A lot of trouble. But that was fun. Thanks for that time. That was fun. I'm glad we watched that. That was quality. So guys, I am working on potentially choosing a film. Time says, sorry Finn, I won't submit any more wrestling clips. Oh wait, Finn, you hate wrestling? Nomsky says, my mod Blucky has a bot that gets triggered once some keywords on some keywords that replaces the word with something else that triggers it. I'll ask him next time I talk to him. I would love to have that, Nomsky. That sounds amazing. Yeah, and then people would stop freaking out about it and they could just type those things, but then it could say fudge or poop or whatever. We could make it funny. Finn says, I unironically watch it with friends, New Japan, and AEW mostly. Also, you just actually like wrestling, which is based. New Japan and AEW means you're a real one. Time says, oh, never mind. New Japan is amazing. This is what everyone's saying. And Finn says, I'm even familiar with Candice LeRae since she wrestled in WWE/NXT for a bit. Time says, I like AEW too. Candice can go so hard. I love her. Well, I didn't know you felt that way, Time. I have another clip. Well, I mean, if Pap and Nomsky don't mind the wrestling clips while I'm in the process of finding a film for us to watch, potentially, assuming people want to watch, I'm in the process of collating some options. Nomsky says, you love saying big tech today. Did Pap say? He must have said big tech in another stream, I think, because I think he only said it here once. I forgot that this stream pops off a bit more later. I've been ending too early, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know if I want to be doing really late streams, guys. I feel so torn. I guess I can sleep in tomorrow. Vin says, I'd be down to show up for a Discord stream. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. I think... Is it breaking the Discord rules to stream a movie? We got our YouTube clip, guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chat just flew all the way up to the top just now. Alright, here we go. Wow. What is this?
Chuck Taylor, I guess, from a military family. He's heard these commands.
Oh. He's conditioned to follow the military commands, of course. Nice punch.
Psychologically. Oh, and wait a minute. We've seen Chuck Taylor do this before with the grenade.
Grenade, guys.
Grenade, and he pulls the pin out of the grenade.
Yo, is he having a freaking flashback?
It's on the mat. Soldier at now.
Dude, I love the slow-mo.
His comrades pushed out of the way.
Yo, he sacrificed himself. W self-sacrifice. Oh, oh. I didn't understand why they all pretended it was real, though. It was cool. It was awesome. It's true. That was awesome. They're popping, guys. Bruh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good, guys. That was pretty good. They sold into the bit. Yeah, they were selling hard, bro. Silly wrestling is best wrestling. I totally agree, Time. The sillier the better. It's funny because when I was a kid and I found out it was fake, I thought that ruined it. But now as an adult, I'm like, the faker, the cheesier, the better, bro. The faker and the cheesier, the better. It's so true. It's so real. Finn says, I'd like a military PTSD gimmick for a wrestler. Thought it might not be tasteful, Lamau. Yeah, if I was a wrestler, I don't know what my gimmick would be. I thought about maybe I could be called Jake the Rake because I'm so freaking skinny. And my thing could be like, yo, I'm Jake the Rake. I'm raking it in. Maybe I could be like really rich as well. It's Jake the Rake. He's raking it in. Yo. Finn says WWE has a full-on mentally challenged wrestler called Eugene. Wow. When was that? I watched that Vince McMahon documentary. That was a good documentary, bruh. I didn't know that he was so messed up. And Finn says, as a gimmick, of course. Oh, I thought you meant it was actually someone with a disability. And Finn says, like 2001 to 2004, I heard it was good. The guy pretending to have a disability was good.
On December 11th.
Jeez, this is low quality.
Now what do the Runaways have planned here right now? As they were fitting all by himself. Ducks from the clothesline. Amos is catching him.
What?
Mesmerizing.
He's being a cobra. Love it. Love it. Oh yeah, the Vince doc is amazing. I ate pizza while I watched the Vince McMahon documentary. That was a good time. So pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name, Rolling Stones. Another one bites the dust. They're just having a dance. This is the most illegal thing he's seen in the history of wrestling. That's good commentary. Rolling Stones pissed me off recently. Time says he's using hypnosis is one of my favorite calls in wrestling. It's pretty good. Oh, they're breakdancing? The hip, the hop. Hippity hop and the don't stop. The yo-yo.
I haven't seen some of this stuff since the 80s. And Greg Excellent is doing a striptease on the outside.
Yo. It's Prag Bro. I love Prag Bro. So I have Predator, the 1987 film. We could watch Predator. I'm glad you like that joke, Time. I felt a little mean. We have Blade. To be fair, the Grammys pissed me off. Not them. Rolling Stones won Rock Album of the Year in the last Grammys. That's crazy that they would still win Rock Album of the Year. I'm just assuming their stuff isn't good anymore based on how old they are. Yeah, so there's Predator and there's Blade 1. There's Her. Predator, Blade 1, Her. Her definitely suits the theme of this stream. Judge Dredd or Twister. So I might put those in a... Blade is so good. Her is good. I knew Pap was going to go for Her. I just knew he was going to pop for that because it's big tech. Finn says, I hate nostalgia acts getting pushed. Beatles won Rock Song of the Year with some unreleased Lennon song. Yeah, people do like their boomer nostalgia. It's rampant. Dude, am I up for watching a film? It's 9:30. God, I don't know if I am up for it, guys. I think I am quite tired. But maybe we could watch a film. Yes, you are. I'm already very tired. I was trying to think if I could come up with a price for me to do it. I don't know. I do it for like $100, but I don't expect anyone to pay that. Unless I guess you could all pull it together or something. I don't know. But I actually feel like I could go to sleep. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I feel so bad. I feel so bad being such a freaking... What do you even call that when a streamer is like, no, I won't do it? 100 bits is $1. Do I even get $1? I don't even know if I get $1. Time says, nope, go to bed, haha. I think I should go to bed, right? But Time, I don't think you understand how generous Pap can be sometimes. Pap can be very generous sometimes. I don't know that I'm necessarily expecting him to drop $100 though. She says, I want to watch something. Well, how many? There's 4 of you. If you all put in $25, you could all just donate $25. And then we could watch a film. She says, Pappy, I want to watch something. Time says, Pap is very generous. It's true, he is very generous, but I completely respect if he's not up for it. Find a raid, little bro, says Finn. You're younger than me, Finn. You don't get to call me little bro. You can't call me little bro, dude. That just ain't right. Oh, wow. What about some TV episodes then? Yeah, is there something in particular that you have in mind there, Pap? Diddle-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What the heck?
Egyptian hypnosis taking over the runway. Uh-oh.
Classic Egyptian hypnosis moment.
Casey down. The squad find that Papa Giorgio. I don't know anything about hypnosis in the rule book.
Hypnotosis? Wow, that was awesome. W clip. Content is unavailable. There's something wrong with my Plex, guys. My Plex isn't working. My Plex isn't working. I don't want to dig through my hard drives. Oh, that's working. I can stream 2 Broke Girls on Plex. I don't want to watch 2 Broke Girls. I can show you what I have access to on Plex. I guess we can have music while I do that. Key and Peele, Hunter x Hunter, Wolverine, Workaholics, X-Men, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, Wolverine and the X-Men, Beyblade, Samurai Jack. It's so good. I don't think I know a single guy that feels that way. Of the heterosexual persuasion. Beyblade, Samurai Jack, Scrubs, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Star Command? Star Command. X-Men Evolution, Batman Beyond, One Piece, Cowboy Bebop, Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, Cheers, Dr. Slump, Saturday Night Live, although I don't think I have all the episodes. Columbus 64, I think that's supposed to be Columbo. That looks cooked. Sometimes Plex is just cooked. Shadow 1940s version, FPS cutscenes. Yeah, I think that's all the TV shows. No one seems to be popping for anything though. Did I say Sandland, X-Men 97, Andor, Candy? The Rehearsal is amazing. Severance. What even is Plex? Plex is a streaming platform. Invincible, Adventure Time, Smiling Friends, Demon Slayer, Mandalorian, Tigtone. I don't know what Outdoored is. I don't even think that's legitimate. Rick and Morty. But Time has given us a new wrestling link, and Time says the most recent season of The Rehearsal was fantastic. Yeah, I only got part way through because what happened was I was passionately watching television, including The Rehearsal and Invincible and Severance, and then I started streaming, and now I just don't watch TV anymore, and I just watch Twitch streams and stream. Okay, he's got some chairs ready for a meeting. It looks like he's ready to have a meeting. It's kind of crazy when a man wrestles a woman. I mean, I got the gimmick of the last one. That's terrible. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Why did you even send us? Roderick Strong sends Candice LeRae through chairs. That's wild. Wrestling stream? Welcome in, Mr. Soup VT. Welcome in. Thanks for being here, Mr. Soup VT. It's lovely to have you here. How are you? Wrestling stream? Not really. Time has just been sending in some sort of classic wrestling clips. He's a fan. I'm a very casual fan. Finn is a bit of a fan. We were thinking about watching a TV show together and just putting the timestamp on the screen, but no one... I showed the TV shows that we have, and no one really popped for anything. So I don't know if it's going to end up happening. Nomsky says, I have all 4 seasons of the Osbournes on Plex. Mr. Super VT says, Then that's how he would say, he'd be like, Pepcast. Nomsky says, I got Moomin. We should psychoanalyze Moomin. I don't know what Moomin is. Finn says, how about we watch the latest episode of Monday Night Raw? Well, that would definitely be a wrestling stream. Mr. Soup says, I don't really follow it, but there are 1 or 2 clips I know of. Yeah, I kind of got into it because of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I used to just listen to the Giant Bombcast, the video game podcast, and there's a guy on there by the name of Dan Reichert who just manages to talk about Stone Cold Steve Austin every episode. And so I looked him up, and I just ended up watching a compilation of Stone Cold Steve Austin doing, what does he do? He does the freaking Stone Cold Stunner, and I was like, this is amazing. And then I started doing that move on my friends at the rock climbing gym, and then I was like, okay, this is actually pretty cool. Then he says, I know of Moomin. I just don't know who that is. No, he says, you know when you Google Moomin, do it, live react. Very, very popular in Sweden, I hear. Time says, here's a promo of an amazing match. It's 6 minutes long, so you can click out of it if you're not vibing it. Right now, I guess he was going to type. Soup says, unless I'm thinking of the wrong Moomin. Well, I guess I'll Google Moomin. Moomin the human. Oh, this guy. I do recognize this guy. Psychoanalyze this guy? Yeah, I don't know. Is it boring? It looks like it might be boring. Here we go. Wow. Yeah, that's Moomin. He looks sociopathic. I know that guy. That's the punk guy. SM Punk or whatever. We hate that guy. Sail into the black. Machine Head. Wait, am I gonna get copyright stricken for the music? Yeah, that's what I said. SM Punk. We hate that guy. Is it weird that all of these guys look like Time? Why do they all have long hair and beards? And there's our man. We saw Seth Rollins. We love him. Or maybe it plays over it, but there's talking. Look at that guy. Soup says possibly start listing off cake ingredients to avoid copyright. Eggs, butter, milk. I was a Dean Ambrose fan. Bruh.
For two people, it's clearly personal.
It
For
is.
Me, it's just business.
Oh, I hate this guy.
He's been crying ever since I came back here.
He didn't say that. Time says Dean was cool, but Seth is the best. We love Seth Rollins. Soup says it's how I dodged the Disney lawyers during Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, I noticed you've been playing a lot of Kingdom Hearts 3. I never really got into Kingdom Hearts myself.
One favor.
Finn says I liked his title run in 2016. The most fun I had watching WWE. Why aren't there any good Aussie wrestlers? Well, it's because I'm not a wrestler.
What have you done?
Yo. There's plenty, says Time. Bruh. We had Ladybeard for a bit. Ladybeard?
You're untrustworthy. You underestimate CM Punk. So while it's personal for them, it's business for me, and it's become simple math. The two men
I'm invested. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you, chat, but I'm invested. 6-minute match is short.
The fact that I'm not in the main event of WrestleMania makes me sick. It's in there.
But then Ladybeard went on to become a heavy metal singer. Huh. This is like a 10-year storyline. Yeah, these guys don't like each other, huh? CM Punk and Seth Rollins don't like each other. And CM Punk seems like a douchebag.
Thank you, but that's not the favor that I'm owed.
No, it's a 6-minute promo for the match. The match was like 25 minutes long. It was incredible.
Will owe me a favor.
Well, this is gonna make me want to watch the match, Time. What are you doing? You're making me want to watch the match.
My best friend.
He's a real punk.
Paul Heyman.
I am going to walk down that aisle with you one day when you are where you rightfully belong.
Wise man.
In the main event at WrestleMania.
Yo, watch it. We'll watch it sometime together. Guys, what if that match is what we watch with the time code on screen? I'll stream it in the Discord. Yo, need a head to the head, bruh. What if Time streams the wrestling match and we all go watch that now? Are people interested?
Bad for you, Paul Heyman.
It feels like the only person getting screwed here in this whole favor is me.
If only there was a way we could remove you
Yo.
from the situation. I brought you into this business. I cannot.
This is like
wait
Dragon Ball
to
Z
be
guitar.
The man that takes you both out of it. There can be only one, and it's gotta be me.
Wise man, how could you betray me?
Now, you owe me a favor.
Yo. This is wild. This will probably be the silenced part of the VOD. Yo. 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 These guys are going to town. What a guy. What an amazing guy. Wow. Guys, if we watch the actual match in the Discord, do people actually want to watch that? Cuz I'm kind of down if y'all are down. Time says my man Seth never misses. Yeah, I'm so invested, bruh. I'm so invested. Oh. I'm down to watch while Chud Logic gets his stream going. Chud Logic? Who's Chud Logic? Wait, you're going to leave us for someone else, Finn? You're leaving us for someone else? You're leaving me for someone else? You don't love me anymore, Finn? Time just says Chud. I don't know who this person is, to be honest. Chud Logic. Jar Temps. Should I look at a clip? No clips. Well, that's a lot of views. It's a lot of views on this clip. Does Chud stream on Twitch?
Before the after party, I almost had you thrown out of the show because you were yelling and making everyone uncomfortable. Completely. I've
Mostly
tried
streams on
everything with
YouTube.
you, rehab, everything. I hope this is your rock bottom. Get help.
Yo.
With tickets, the day you announced that I won't drink, I'll just sit and applaud your stream rewards. 2 years running My Girl in a Man's World. You can come sit on the floor if you promise you won't drink. You are non-stop at the top, and I mean promise. Pinky swear. Nothing completely sober, but I bought my tickets. You could raffle them off if you let me sit on the floor.
I don't even get what that was. Was this supposed to be funny? What was that? What was that clip? QT versus Minex? I don't know what that was. That must be context I'm missing. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Whatever's going on there, I don't get it. Let me catch up. Does Chud stream on Twitch? He mostly streams on YouTube, says Vin. And then Time says QT Cinderella is so performative. I don't know who that is. And then Finn says just drama coverage, I guess. Yeah, that's okay. I don't really care about drama, to be honest. And then Finn says to Time, she really is. The events she organizes all seem to go wrong too. Well, guys, I feel like I'm not in on whatever it is y'all are talking about. Yeah, guys, are we watching something? I don't know. What's happening? Guys, I pulled up the Plex and no one seemed interested in anything. If you guys really want the video react, you kind of have to act like you want it. Time says, yeah, her events are okay. I don't know, it's like 10 o'clock for me, 10 p.m. And Time says, bro, go to bed, you need it. I think you're right, Time. I think you're right. We just need a good Just Chatting stream at a raid, guys. We just need a good Just Chatting stream at a raid. That's what we need. And Time says, I'm always right. Are you always right, Time? I don't think you're always right. I think I can think of at least one thing you've been wrong about that I'm not going to go into on stream, but you were wrong about a thing. I'm pretty convinced. Yes, literally always. It's just not true. It's just not true. It's not true. Finn says, you know what they say about time. Time says, what was it about? I'd have to talk to you about it off stream, I think. But I'm pretty convinced that you were wrong about a thing that you said. Yeah, let's just scroll. He just says nope. Okay. Never happened. Finn says time is money. Whoa, your money? Time? Your money? Oh, jeez. All this NSFW. Slop. It's all slop. It's all rotting everyone's brains. And time just says literal money. Is that why you hate poor people? Time, is that why you hate poor people? Yes. Okay. Is naming yourself time a sneaky way of secretly naming yourself money? Because time is money. Yo, homie's streaming from his iPhone. Streaming Steven Universe from his iPhone. Finn says, I heard Time spits on the homeless in his neighborhood. And Time says, yes, times two. Well, that's a terrible thing to do, and I think you should try and be helpful and constructive rather than making things worse for the people that already have it the worst. Time. Come on, bruv. Time says to Finn, you catch my IRL streams? Thank you. Good one. Good one, Time. Good one. Good one, buddy. And most of these streams look pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, these streams look kinda bad. It's looking like it's slim pickings, dude. What's this AI generated nonsense, dude? Is Wimamp a good choice, guys? That's what we need to know. Maybe I should be scrolling up. Maybe let's not do someone with one viewer. Maybe we'll go for someone with 2 viewers. What do we think about that? What do we have? Friday morning coffee. ASMR with me. I'm always confused when there's an attractive woman doing ASMR and there's only 2 viewers. It's like, what's happening there? Is it a glitch in the Matrix? Are they actually glitching the Matrix right now? I am actually so keen to go to sleep. I'm kind of glad you guys didn't pick a TV show. Time says, check out Sarah Gee. She's part of the Lance community, kinda. And she's live? Sarah Gee. I am open to recommendations. We need Finn and Time to change colors. Time says yes. Okay, well then change color, Time. If you agree. Sarah Gee.
I don't really care.
She doesn't really care. Wow, 96 is a lot.
Just really quick. I just want to see if I looked cool or not. Maybe we can watch it on mute.
I don't know. Are we really going to grow from rating someone that has a 96 viewers? Is she even going to notice?
It's studying. How am I ever going to learn? You think I have time to study my dance moves off stream? No.
Is she going to notice?
I got a puppy to
I guess there's only one way to find out, right?
This is really important if I want to become a professional.
She's a just chatter and Lance raids her from time to time.
Actually so hot.
Well, because you vouch for her, Time.
Low key, that
Sarah.
like a good little mini workout instead of walking shut today. I mean, I walked around the dog park.
Finn says, I'll trust you, Pap.
It's nothing to do with me when I'm at the dog park. He's like on the other end of the time.
What's the parenthesis?
Just, sit on a bench and just like watch their
parenthesis?
I'm just like, oh, he's over there. Oh, he's over there. I'm like, shut up.
Alright, we're doing the raid. We're raiding Sarah Gee. Peepcast.
So whenever he's not paying attention to me at the
Raid.
dog park, what I do is I go, ah! And I just like grab him in my stomach, and I
Courtesy. Is that how you spell courtesy?
And then he comes running.
I don't want to spell it wrong. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of this lady.
So fucked up.
That's
He
how you
probably
spell it.
would.
Courtesy of time goes to waste.
Okay. Good doggo. Yeah, he better fucking come running if I do that at the dog park.
Peep.
You think I'm gonna do that though? No.
Eyes, peep.
He does have a problem though.
Cost.
There's been 2 different times at the dog park where there was like a scuffle, not like a dog fight, you know, but 2 dogs kind of getting into it. Like,
Control C.
twice
Control
ever
V.
since I've been there. And Shep, when he hears that, he runs over.
Alrighty, that's the raid message. One in chat when you've copied the raid message. Courtesy of Lance, not me. Why? Why not you, Time? You actually don't want the credit?
The dogs. And I'm like, I don't know if you're trying to be a mediator, puppy, but like, let's not do that, okay? You
One.
have insurance, but let's not do that. Please. Have a good night. The real.
It's too late. Why is it bad? Why is it even bad?
Good day. Good night.
Time. Okay, I canceled the raid.
Being stupid or cool.
I misspelled his name.
Viewers only want something to feel good.
Okay, Time, can you explain why you don't want it to be your name? Please? Should I say Lance Community? Because Lance didn't really ask me to do it. And how did I spell? Oh, way set. She doesn't know me, bro. Courtesy, okay. But this is how she comes to know you, bro. What? As if you want it associates you with Lance, so what, you think it's better for me? I just feel like you deserve the credit, no? Courtesy of Lance from Saints Community. You and Lance, that's the ticket. I don't want credit. If you say so, Time. I just thought it would be nice to give you the credit. So Peepcast raid, courtesy of Lance from Saints. Why isn't it just selecting the message? Control C. All right, so that's the raid message. One in chat when you've copied the new raid message. Raid Sarah Gee. Boom. Okay, new raid happening. New raid message. Time has copied it. Can we get everyone to copy the raid message, please? I'm not asking you to hang around. You don't have to watch the stream for any period of time. If you could just copy this raid message and paste it when we get in there, it would mean the world to me. It would mean the world to Sarah Gee. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, Time. Please copy the new raid message, everyone. And this could be the building. This could be you helping Peep. Thank you, Nomsky. This is you helping Peep. This is you helping Sarah Gee. Thank you, Paprika. We could be combining communities. We could become. This could be huge. I feel like we grew a little bit close with ASAP Joey last night, guys. I feel like we built something there. I feel like there's a connection there now, which is really nice. And I look forward to raiding him again in the future, and I'm glad I followed him. Joey was cool. Joey was really cool. And so I'm thinking maybe Sarah Gee's going to be the next Joey. We're going to make a new friend. And I'll probably stream tomorrow night. If I don't do like a daytime stream. So if you look at my Twitch and there's been a daytime stream, then there's probably not going to be a nighttime stream. But I'll see y'all when I'll see y'all tomorrow movie night. Maybe, Pap. We could talk about it before stream, maybe.